Chapter 520. Qin Xiu naturally knew Yi Qian, so he didn't use the same polite tone he used when speaking to the Snowfield Brigade. He was more or less casual. Not only was his tone casual, but he also turned sideways to let the Chinese soldiers get into the car first. When it was Yi Qian's turn to get into the car, he gently pulled her wrist and said, "You sit with me. They can get in first." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to help her into the car, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qin Xiu. He said in a deep voice, "Her arm is injured. We will need to treat it for her after we get into the car. Interpreter Qin, let her sit with me." This time, Qin Xiu recognized Xia Jinyuan, who was chosen by his mother as the best son-in-law. Based on this alone, Qin Xiu's attitude was gentle and polite as he said, "I'm sorry, I was reckless." He then said to Yi Qian, "You get into the car first and let them check on you. If you need to go to the hospital, we can immediately send another car to the hospital to treat it." Yi Qian didn't want to send another car to send her to the hospital. She raised her arm and said, "It's just a graze. I can treat it myself. There's no need to go to the hospital." There was light in the car, and she was standing at the door of the car. Qin Xiu saw a burn on her arm. This was caused by a stray bullet hitting a hard object. It dissolved most of the bullet's power and changed its trajectory, causing a burn. It was one of the lightest bullet scratches. "Then let's go to the car to treat the wound. There's a first aid kit in the car." Qin Xiu had seen gunshot wounds before, and he himself had suffered a graze before. He knew that there was no need to go to the hospital with this kind of injury. He didn't say anything else and helped Yi Qian up. Xia Jinyuan, who had already gotten into the car, held her wrist and got into the car. The medical kit was fully prepared. Xia Jinyuan placed Yi Qian's left hand between his knees. As the car rocked, he picked up a cotton ball dipped in saline with a pair of scissors and carefully treated her wound. "Don't move. Steady your arm. Don't let the forceps touch your wound." Qin Xiu, who was sitting alone on the side, was about to stand up and support Yi Qian's shoulders when she heard this. However, she saw that Yi Qian had already grabbed the back of her chair with one hand and stabilized her swaying body. She had been kidnapped, and walked out of a hail of bullets. She was even injured, but he did not see anything strange on her face. There was not a trace of fear, as if she was already used to it. This was a bit strange. How could a student be used to a hail of bullets? Qin Xiu couldn't help but take another look. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's back, and there was a hint of doubt in his indifferent eyes. "The wound is not deep, so you don't need stitches. However, there will be some scars." After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he used a bottle of saline to rinse the wound, applied some anti-inflammatory medicine, and bandaged it with sterile gauze. "Don't touch unboiled water tonight. It might be inflamed." He looked up and instructed Yi Qian. When he put away the medical kit, his cold gaze seemed to inadvertently look at Qin Xiu. As if he had just realized that he was looking at Yi Qian, his thin lips curved slightly, revealing a polite but distant smile. Qin Xiu nodded slightly and calmly looked away. Both of them came from good family backgrounds and were rich young masters in the capital. The noble aura in their bones was not something that could be learned by others. They were born with a noble aura. This was a confidence that was engraved in their bones. It was not something that could be cultivated. The saying, "Nobility accumulates for 3 generations," was referring to these two people. A calm look was exchanged with a faint smile. Then, they looked away as if nothing had happened. Qin Xiu had already narrowed his eyes. This young master from a family Xia was indeed not bad. However, the old madam of the family Xia did not get along with the old madam of the family Xia. If he wanted to marry the daughter of the Qin family to a family Xia, it would be difficult to get past the old madam alone. Chapter 521. The Qin family and the Xia family were both old aristocratic families in the capital. Even if their ancestors went back 3 generations, there was still a genealogy. However, the Qin family and the Xia family were slightly different. The old master of the Qin family went abroad during the war and later returned to the country to become a diplomat. Only then did the Qin family take root in the capital again. Family Xia, on the other hand, did not go anywhere. When the war broke out, old master Xia and his 5 brothers all gave up writing and joined the army. When the war ended, only 3 of the 5 brothers were left. Old master Xia was the youngest, and now he was the only older member of the family Xia. Logically speaking, the 2 families were both aristocratic families in the capital and were somewhat related by marriage. However, in reality, there was no marriage at all. As a result, Qin Xiu's mother had to put in a lot of effort to marry her daughter into family Xia. Qin Xiu did not care about these things, but it was impossible for him to not care at all. Otherwise, how could he explain to his parents? However, Qin Xiu was also thinking about how to talk to Xia Jinyuan. Just now, even if it was just a glance, he could see that Xia Jinyuan had a condescending arrogance. This was not a display of arrogance, but a kind of noble heritage of an aristocratic family. It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan was not someone who was easy to get close to. Qin Xiu was the same. He looked gentle, but there was a sense of alienation in his bones that kept people thousands of miles away. After getting out of the car, Qin Xiu said to Xia Jinyuan, "Major General is waiting for everyone's report. I will take Xiao Yi to him first." "Sorry to trouble you, Interpreter Qin." Xia Jinyuan smiled at him politely, then said to Yi Qian, "You have been with him for 2 days. If he asks you anything, just answer truthfully. There is no need to deliberate." He was afraid that he would not have a chance to meet her tonight. After he finished reporting to Major General, she probably went back to her room to rest. Qin Xiu was a smart person. At this moment, he could tell that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan also knew each other. He stood to the side elegantly and did not say anything, quietly waiting for the 2 to finish talking. "Yes, I know." Yi Qian knew that Qin Xiu was worried that she would think too much and lose her honesty in front of the leader, so he reminded her to say whatever she wanted to say. No matter what, this elegant but dangerous man would always remind her appropriately and tell her what she should do. Xia Jinyuan wanted to raise his hand to rub her head again, but in front of so many comrades, he had to restrain himself. In the end, he gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Leader is concerned. Leader is care." It was impossible for the leader to put on airs in front of a student. When he saw Yi Jian come in, her hands were wrapped in bandages, her face was covered with gray marks from the war, and her neat student uniform was wrinkled. He immediately said to Qin Xiu, "Quick, let the doctor come in and take a look at the child's injuries." Qin Xiu. Qin. Yi Qian. Afraid that the leader would call for a doctor, he said, "Translator Qin, you know. You don't have to worry about my injuries." Qin Xiu gently closed the door and stood to Yi Qian's left. He smiled and said, "It's indeed a minor injury. Our Chinese soldiers have already treated it in the car. You don't have to worry. It's not a big problem. It's considered a minor injury." There were 4 guards standing upright in the room. When Yi Qian came in, they glanced at him lightly. Their eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, making Yi Qian's hair stand on end. They were the guards sent by Zhang Nanhai to protect the leader's personal safety 24/7. Chapter 522. Even if it's just a minor injury, you still have to recuperate. You came with us but let a child like you suffer. This is a foreign country. Child, there are some things that our country can't interfere with. I hope you don't mind. The leader stood up and walked over. His dignified and kind eyes stared at the girl who was praised by the Pakistani president. He patted her shoulder gently and said gently, "It's good that you're back safely. It's also our fault that we didn't make proper arrangements and let a child like you suffer so much." Long before Yi Qian came back, the leader had already reflected on himself. But how could this kind of thing be completely controlled? Both the Chinese and Pakistani sides had made careful arrangements. But who knew that the English teacher in charge of teaching Miss Petty was actually an Al-Qaeda member? From the old government to the new government, through layers of examination and verification, it was confirmed that the background was clean and there were no problems. The Chinese leader's visit to Pakistan was a secret visit. The only people who could stay in the presidential palace and know about this trip were people close to the president and trusted. Pavel represented the Pakistani government during the old government and attended a joint venture celebration banquet between China and Pakistan. Even so, there was still a problem. To me, it wasn't a hardship. On the contrary, I was quite happy about the kidnapping. Yi Qian sat down with the leader and pursed her lips into a smile. She had the innocence of a young girl and the fearlessness of a soldier. When the leader heard this, he was quite surprised. He wanted to let Yi Qian go back to rest early. Now, he asked with interest, why? Aren't you afraid? This young girl was quite interesting. She wasn't afraid of being kidnapped. Instead, she was happy. Moreover, from her expression, it was obvious that she wasn't just saying it casually. She really thought that it was a happy thing from the bottom of her heart. It was an honor for anyone to have a face-to-face meeting with a leader of the country. Making the leader interested in her topic wasn't just an honor. It showed that the leader valued her. Yi Qian faced such an honor calmly and indifferently. She smiled slightly and said, I've been trained by the army for the past few years. Although it was unfortunate to encounter such an incident, it was the accumulation of actual combat experience for me. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but when I was kidnapped, I was actually quite excited, thinking that I could finally practice. At this point, Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly, revealing a shy smile. That was what I thought at the time, but when I found out who had captured me, I actually panicked. She spoke at a steady and calm pace. She talked about her fear at the time and her plans after the incident. Every word and every look in her eyes revealed her confidence. The army groomed me in the hopes that one day, I can bring glory to the country. I'm just doing my best to repay the country and the army for their training. That was what she thought in her heart, and that was what she said. There was no need for her to think about it, and there was no need for her to think about it. She said what she thought. Qin Xiu, who had not left, listened quietly. He heard every word Yi Qian said. His calm expression hid the shock in his heart. She was just a high school student. What she could say and what she could do was far beyond anyone's expectations. Even the leaders were no exception. Chapter 523. The reason why the leader came to meet Yi Qian so late at night was also because he was worried that this student might be scared and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. In addition, China had decided to keep Yi Qian by Petty's side as a hostage. It wasn't that China didn't value her, but from the perspective of the relationship between China and Pakistan, they had no choice but to consider the big picture and make Yi Qian suffer. In the end, there were many things that she didn't say out loud, but she had already thought it through clearly. She even treated this kidnapping as an accumulation of actual combat experience. Good child, you did very well. I'm very glad that I brought you with me on this trip. If it was another student, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be sitting here chatting right now, but would still be anxiously waiting. It was the right decision to let the local army raise you. You are now in your second year of high school and will soon become a third-year high school student. Study hard, and the door to the army will definitely be open for you. The leader had some understanding of Yi Qian's family situation, but regarding Yi Zhifan's matter, the military couldn't possibly report it to the higher-ups. The country's leader, who had to deal with a myriad of affairs every day, couldn't possibly deal with a local official. The current situation was already very good. Yi Qian didn't need to fight for any special treatment. She would use her own hands to win the final victory. Because there were no changes to tomorrow's itinerary, they still had to visit a school. After about half an hour of talking, Qin Xiu, who was waiting by the side, received an internal call. It was from the army's major general, who had an urgent matter to report to the leader. The leader personally sent Yi Qian to the door and instructed Qin Xiu to make sure that the staff took good care of Yi Qian. Yi Qian could go back to rest, but Xia Jinyuan and the others couldn't. When they walked out of the door, they saw Xia Jinyuan and the others, who were already in their military uniforms, walking behind the army's major general. Their steps were orderly and dignified as they walked towards them. Their gazes met briefly, then they calmly looked away. The plan for tomorrow's trip would not change. Tonight, Xia Jinyuan and the others still needed to make careful arrangements. It would probably be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning by the time they walked out of the leader's room. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian, who had fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His left hand reached for the pistol under his pillow, and as he turned around to hide under the bed, he felt for the military dagger beside the bed. He stuffed the extra pillow under the blanket, pretending that he was still asleep and quietly waiting for the intruder to come in. Turning on the lights, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in camouflage, walking over with a cold gaze. His gaze fell on the bed disguised with pillows, and a smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in green forest camouflage, had a combat helmet tucked under his arm. His handsome face was painted with a special camouflage oil that ruined the original lines of his face and reduced the contrast between the forest camouflage on his body and the surrounding environment. He stood beside the bed, his clear eyes smiling as he looked at Yi Qian, who stood up from the side of the bed. "It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Comrade Yi Qian, you need to come with us to a place." The entire process of him coming in and standing beside the bed took about 20 seconds. His little fox had already completed her camouflage from the top to the bottom of the bed, and even used a pillow to pretend that she was still asleep. Yi Qian stood up from the side of the bed when he heard his voice. Looking at him, who was dressed in forest camouflage, he vaguely guessed that he was going out to fight again. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, smiled when he heard that he needed to go with them to a place. He looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "Do I need to disguise myself too?" Chapter 524. Of course. Go open the wardrobe and take a look. There are clothes prepared for you inside. You have 2 minutes to change and gather here. Xia Jinyuan took a deep look at Yi Qian, who already had a look of anticipation on his face. He couldn't help but smile even wider. However, in the depths of that faint smile, there was a darkness that Yi Qian didn't notice. He watched as she walked out. She was wearing a short-sleeved fitness shirt like a male soldier. She walked quickly to the wardrobe. When he looked up again, he saw that she had already opened the wardrobe door, revealing a pair of beautiful and straight calves. Even her ankles were beautiful. There was a camouflage bag at the top of the wardrobe. If she didn't straighten her body and tiptoe to look at it, she wouldn't have noticed it. After Yi Qian returned to her room, she opened the wardrobe and took out her clothes to take a shower. After opening the wardrobe door several times, she still didn't notice that there was a camouflage bag on top of it. She took the bag out and unzipped it. A brand new jungle camouflage training uniform was neatly pressed under a bulletproof helmet of the same color. "You actually prepared it for me. Captain Xia, why didn't you mention it to me?" Yi Qian took out the helmet and the camouflage uniform. She hugged the entire set and turned to the bathroom to change. After she closed the door, she heard the rustling sound of changing clothes. Xia Jinyuan's smile faded slightly and he smiled as usual. "When we decided that you would be going abroad for an official visit, the military prepared it for you. After you change, put on the helmet and pistol and come out. We'll wait for you outside." She was changing inside while he stayed in the room. It would be strange if the group of people outside didn't think too much about it. For the sake of her reputation, he had to avoid it. In 1 minute and 40 seconds, Yi Qian changed into her combat uniform, helmet, and face paint. In 1 minute and 55 seconds, she arrived at the rendezvous point. Her slender and straight figure was like a pine tree in an abyss. She could stand proudly in the frost and snow, and she could face the wind and rain. She looked refreshed in the jungle combat uniform and was full of fighting power. She was like a bamboo shoot that had broken out of the ground and was only waiting to grow. Xia Jinyuan fixed his gaze on her. The moment he saw her, his eyes darkened. It was as if something heavy had accumulated in his pupils, revealing a repressed seriousness. That night, the little fox would truly go to war as a soldier. That night, his little fox's hands would be stained with blood as she fought for the country. War meant slaughter. He wondered if the little fox would still be afraid of it. If he saw his hands stained with blood, would he have nightmares? After all, it was so small. It had come too quickly, too suddenly. He had no way to fight for her again. The major general and the senior leaders had already agreed. Yi Qian walked over to Xia Jinyuan with the might of a soldier. She stood at attention and saluted. She appeared in front of the 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade with the posture of a soldier. After she saluted, Xia Jinyuan and the other 5 people saluted back with a solemn look. They didn't stop at all. Standing in front of them was not a student, but a comrade. A comrade who was about to go to war with them. He was the person they trusted the most. He was a comrade who could forget about age and identity and take care of each other. He was a comrade who had gone through life and death together. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. When he saw the girl in front of him who was as cold as a spear, a light slowly broke through the darkness in his eyes. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 525. This was the path he wanted to take with her. They would kill for their country, fight for their country, even if their hands were stained with blood. Come, fold your hands again. Just now doesn't count, just now doesn't count. J5 had a deep smile on his handsome face. He stretched out his right hand, and then K7 and the others all folded their right hands over the back of their own hands. He then said to Yi Qian in a loud voice, use whichever hand you're holding the gun with. Xia Jinyuan covered his left hand, raised his eyebrows, and gestured for Yi Qian to extend his hand with a smile in his eyes. Use both hands, no distinction between left and right. A bright smile bloomed on her beautiful face. It was bright and full of vitality. She placed her left hand over the back of Xia Jinyuan's hand and said, I'll use my left hand. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and placed his right hand over the back of her hand. T6 looked at Yi Qian, then at Xia Jinyuan's right hand. He sighed and said, childhood sweetheart, childhood sweetheart. I'm really envious of you. Hurry up and look through your old photos when you get back during the holidays. See if you can find another childhood sweetheart. Following J5's teasing, a few chuckles could be heard. They all understood what was going on. Only Yi Qian looked a little confused. As J5 shouted, 1, 2, 3, his large hand and her small hand lowered and retracted together. Every time they went on a mission, the comrades of the Snowfield Brigade would fold their hands to cheer for each other. When they returned, they would fold their hands again to represent their unity and return. Get your weapons first. We'll talk about the details after we get in the car. After they finished folding their hands, Xia Jinyuan's expression instantly turned cold. He was like a ferocious beast that was baring its fangs as he crouched in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He wasn't the only one. The team members who were chatting and laughing with Yi Qian just now all had cold expressions on their faces. There was no trace of a smile on their faces. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he even held his breath. From their serious expressions, he could tell that this was a very important and dangerous mission. Every one of them was armed with an M16 automatic assault rifle. Not only were they equipped with guns, but they were also equipped with 4 grenades, light grenades, and smoke grenades. When it was Yi Qian's turn, Xia Jinyuan handed her a sniper rifle developed for the Special Forces, the AS sniper rifle. It was produced by the Tula Munitions Factory for the use of secret military organizations and police forces, so it was a sniper rifle that could be disassembled and put into an ordinary briefcase. I'll leave the sniper position to you. Xia Jinyuan handed the gun to Yi Qian and helped her put on the earpiece communicator. He tidied up her collar with a dark look in his eyes and smiled faintly. Now, you can keep in touch with us at any time. Yi Qian held the gun in his hand and strapped the grenades to his combat vest. He smiled at him, calm and confident. Yes, I'll definitely guard my position. I won't cause any trouble. Silly girl, if you were here to cause trouble, we wouldn't have dared to let you come over. J5 was amused by her. She was a very honest girl. Even if she was just standing next to him, she still had a charm that made people believe in her. You can't be modest on the battlefield. Do whatever you want. It was a very relaxed conversation. Yi Qian even had a smile in her eyes. It was 4 in the morning, and the city was quiet as if it was a lifeless city. Other than the brightly lit streets, there was not a single person walking on them. Because it was a quick battle, there was no need for military backpacks. They held their guns in their hands and equipped their weapons. One by one, they walked briskly into the individual elevator that connected to the basement from the room. Then, they jumped into a car that had no curtains except for the windshield in front. Chapter 526. Let's talk about the battle plan. We'll be secretly providing support to our brothers in China. We'll be relying on the daggers in our hands. After getting into the car, the few of them rearranged the rows of seats to form a table. Xia Jinyuan laid out the military map on the table and waved his slender fingers in a combat half-finger glove. Numbers 3 and 5 are the mountain routes. We'll go around these mountain routes and cut in from the west. This was a map of Pakistan's Mount Margla. It was a famous scenic spot in Pakistan. At the foot of the mountain was the Faisal Mosque gifted by the king. If they drove northwest from the city center, they would arrive at the location of tonight's battle. Xia Jinyuan pointed at the place where the firepower would be concentrated. He looked up slightly and glanced at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, this is our target tonight. Memorize the map so it'll be easier for you to move. Yi Qian, do you know what we're going to do tonight? J5 suddenly asked. Did King Q tell you? This question was timely. It was exactly what Yi Qian was thinking. He didn't have time to tell me, but I can guess a little. It's still about the Al-Qaeda incident tonight, right? Yes, and no. J5 raised his eyebrows and looked at her calmly. How do you know it's related to the Al-Qaeda incident tonight? How can you tell? Yi Qian chuckled. They were testing her observation skills. Mount Margla is located in the northwest of the city. It's part of the Karakoram Mountains. There's a famous mosque at the foot of the mountain. It was gifted by King Faisal. Pavel is a believer, so the mosque must be the place he goes the most. After tonight's operation, we rushed to Mount Margla where there's a mosque. I'm guessing that the current mission is related to the Al-Qaeda members. Xia Jinyuan glanced at J5 and said calmly, just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean she doesn't know anything. Some things can't be told by others. You have to think about it yourself. Although he was looking at J5, Yi Qian knew that this sentence was actually directed at her. As she said, it was indeed related to the Al-Qaeda organization, but it was also related to China. The Pakistani government forces learned that there were not only Al-Qaeda members in Mount Margla, but also Chinese people. The reason why the Chinese government had joined in again was because the other special forces that had previously supported the Snowfield Brigade had come for this purpose. They were investigating a local arms smuggling case with the local police. However, the investigation went further and even involved a foreign terrorist organization. This special forces team from the Linchuan military district had actually been secretly operating in the border area between China and Pakistan. That was why he was able to reach Bafang within 3 hours. We've discovered that the Chinese are all concentrated in the north. We'll cut in from the west and attack in a fan shape. We'll directly cut into the enemy's base camp. All members of Al-Qaeda, make your decision. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of the entire battle plan, had a deep and cold look in his eyes. Even his voice was devoid of any warmth. It was cold, heavy, and piercingly cold as it traveled to everyone's ears. We'll be responsible for assassinations and arresting suspected Chinese personnel. The brothers from the Linchuan military district rarely had the opportunity to go abroad to fight terrorism. Now that they had found out that the enemy was related to China, they returned to China overnight last night. The Snowfield Brigade Special Forces team was responsible for cutting into the enemy's base camp. From this, one could see the difference between the two special forces. Chapter 527. When the car arrived at the exit point, the sky began to brighten. Under the faint light, the group of people entered the endless mountain range, all the way to the horizon of Mount Magala. This was an iconic scenic spot in Pakistan. There were very few people in the deeper parts of the mountain range. In addition, the situation in Pakistan was not very good, so mountaineering enthusiasts stopped at the developed mountain range. No one dared to go any deeper. However, Yi Qian and the others were going to the undeveloped and dangerous depths of the forest. Their camouflage uniforms were the best camouflage in the green forest. When the sky was slightly brighter, they bypassed 2 tourist routes and entered the undeveloped area at 3 in the afternoon. This was also the area where the Pakistani government put up a "No Trespassing" sign. Once they entered the area, they began to move cautiously. There were people in front leading the way, observers on the left and right, and observers at the back. The 7 of them maintained a high level of vigilance and moved forward at the same speed. Everything is normal. Keep going. K7, who was in charge of scouting, told his comrades to keep up with them through his earpiece. His calm voice gave them a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan, who was kneeling on one knee, bowed and stood up. Yi Qian immediately held his gun and guarded the rear. Then, he followed closely behind Xia Jinyuan and continued to move forward. Although the mountain was lush with green trees, in order to safely cut into the enemy's base, they did not choose to walk through the valley. Instead, they used their GPS to march on the back of the mountain. As a result, the entire journey was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would fall down the mountain and hit a tree. At 5:00 in the afternoon, the sun had already set. Walking in the middle of the forest, Yi Jian smelled a very light, abnormal smell in the rotten leaves of the jungle. Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and warned in a low voice, "Someone is here. Hide." They were on the back of the mountain, and they were far away from the development zone. They couldn't let their guard down if someone suddenly appeared. But, what they didn't understand was, how did Yi Jian find out when K7, who was scouting ahead, didn't find anything strange? Scent, there is a different scent. Yi Qian was afraid that they still did not believe him, so he explained, "I smell a different scent in the wind." This explanation was indeed not very convincing, but no one questioned it at this time. They all chose to believe him. Of course, their comrades believed him. "If you have any questions, you can ask them later." 3 minutes later, they saw 2 bearded men in gray robes with machine guns on their backs. They climbed up the bushes and leaves in the forest with their hands and walked towards them from below. They also had AK-47 assault rifles on their backs. There really was someone. Apart from Xia Jinyuan, the rest of the team members widened their eyes slightly. She smelled other odors in the wind. Her sense of smell was too sensitive. V8, who was hiding on a high rock, made a hand signal to Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, who were closest to the 2 men. "Capture them alive and kill them." "Okay." Yi Qian raised his hand and answered. He quietly exchanged a look with Xia Jinyuan. When the 2 men were in front of them and they could clearly see the size of their feet, the 2 men who were hidden in the bushes grabbed the 2 men's ankles and pulled them behind them. The 2 men immediately fell to the ground heavily. Before the men could make a sound, the 2 men jumped up at the same time and stepped on their backs with one knee. The daggers in their hands were pressed against their necks. "Behave." Chapter 528. Xia Jinyuan warned them in a low voice in English. He tightened his grip on the dagger that was pressed against their necks, causing blood to trickle down the throats of those who were still struggling. Yi Qian, who had used the same method to restrain the Al-Qaeda member, did the same. He did not give the other party a chance to make a sound, nor did he give them any chance to struggle. They were moving at the same speed, making the same move, and even their attacks were synchronized to the point that there was little difference. But J5 and the others were dumbfounded. The cooperation between these 2 people was really quite tacit. The T6 combatant in charge of the body search walked out and carefully searched the other party from head to toe. After confirming that they did not have any real-time communication devices, he clamped the head of the man Yi Qian had captured alive with both hands and silently disposed of the head after a click. Without any communication devices, these 2 people could not contact the Al-Qaeda base, and the people from the Al-Qaeda base could not contact them either. Naturally, they chose to dispose of them. After all, they could not possibly leave behind people with guns behind them. Without any real-time communication devices, this means that we're already close to their furthest patrol range. Xia Jinyuan opened the map again and used the GPS to locate their location. He tapped lightly on the map with his finger. We're here now. We're very close to the coordinates of the enemy's base camp and within their furthest patrol range. We're on the right track. We're expected to arrive at 7 p.m. The Pakistani government forces cut in from the north. They're taking a transport plane, and they're marching about half an hour ahead of us, K7 said softly. Everyone had a natural expression on their faces about what had just happened. It's a good opportunity for us to go in deeper now that they've started fighting. Check the time again. Rest for 10 minutes and then get ready to set off. Timing was also very important. A 1-minute error would result in a major mistake. The worst thing was to wait for a 1-minute error while your comrades were attacking. The few of them stared at the map. Other than Xia Jinyuan, the rest of them glanced at Yi Qian from time to time. It was fine if it was just once, but after a while, Yi Qian did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you guys doing? You don't have to keep looking at me. Ha, ha. The T6 combatant who caught Yi Qian chuckled unnaturally and patted his helmet a little embarrassedly. Aren't we afraid that you'll think we're cruel? Xia Jinyuan, who was facing Yi Qian, said calmly, don't mind them. This is the first time we're working with female soldiers. They're a little crazy. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly think that you're cruel? If you want to be cruel, I should be the one to inform you immediately after discovering the enemy. That's the real cruelty. They. Yi Jian narrowed her dark eyes slightly. After a flicker of light flashed across her eyes, Yi Jian softly said, oh. So, oh, that T6 and the others also laughed silently. It seemed that this smart girl knew what they wanted to ask. My sense of smell is very sensitive. If it's the smell of perfume, as long as the wind blows, should be able to smell it from quite a distance. The Pakistani men have a indescribable smell on them. It seems like everyone has it. When I was in the mountains just now, I kept smelling the smell of rotten leaves. Suddenly, another smell drifted over, and I smelled it immediately. What they wanted to ask was, how could she smell the enemy's scent and determine that there were enemy forces? Chapter 529. The members of the Snowfield Brigade sighed with emotion at Yi Qian's special skills. Their painted faces changed slightly. J5 turned his head and bumped his shoulder against K7's shoulder. He lowered his voice so much that K7 almost couldn't hear what he said. Looks like I'll have to shower a few more times in the future. I can't be proud of my masculinity anymore. I'll have to restrain myself a little. A bunch of men either trained or went out on missions every day, so the smell of sweat on their bodies wasn't that pleasant. They definitely cleaned themselves up when they were in uniform, but they wouldn't clean themselves up immediately after training. Sometimes, they would just wash their faces under the faucet and rush to the cafeteria to eat. Anyway, everyone was the same. No one cared about the smell on each other's body. K7 glanced at J5 coldly and turned his head away without saying a word. He didn't have any smell on him. He had been smothered in Chinese medicine since he was young, so no matter how much he sweated, there was only the smell of Chinese medicine. Many people had the same thoughts as J5. Other than Xia Jinyuan and K7, who were indifferent, the others all had subtle thoughts. Especially T6, who had failed multiple blind dates. His appearance was top-notch. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his heart. Damn, could it be that the smell was one of the problems? Yi Qian didn't expect that his words would shock the elites of the Snowfield Brigade. As a result, the Snowfield Brigade's personal hygiene was left in the dust by other troops. When the 10-minute break was over, the 7 of them set off again. By this time, they had been on the road for nearly 9 hours. The Snowfield Brigade members, who had been training for a long time, didn't have a trace of fatigue on their faces. Yi Qian was the same. Today, J5 and the others saw the ferocity in his bones. Who said that women were inferior to men? Yi Qian, who also took turns to be the vanguard, sentry, and scout during the march, was definitely not worse than any of the male soldiers. No wonder Major General Lu didn't hesitate to put Yi Qian in the sniper position and fight alongside them. At 6:00 in the evening, the dense shade of the trees in Megala Mountain blocked the last rays of the setting sun. The birds on the tree branches chirped happily, but soon there was no more sound. The shrubbery became the world of the night insects. All kinds of music rose and fell one after another. In the music of nature, a few ghost-like figures flitted past quickly, fearlessly moving forward. Then, they all stopped in a dense forest and crawled forward with their waists bent. Yi Qian realized that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were probably used to fighting at night, compared to the day. From their night vision goggles, their way of combat was silent to kill. They were close to the outskirts of the bases and Zest. Coordinates confirmed. Position 3. Me, Yi Qian. Team 1. Yi Qian will enter the base and look for sniping points. I'll be in charge of covering the rear. T6 and V8, Team 2. J5 and G3, Team 3. K7 will be in charge of comprehensive reconnaissance and find out if there are any suspected Chinese. Yi Qian, who was in charge of sniping, didn't snipe from the outside. He would sneak into the base to cover for his comrades and complete the sniping. Therefore, he had to be the first to enter and look for a suitable sniping point. Facing Xia Jinyuan's dark and deep gaze, she raised her hand and made an "okay" gesture, indicating that she had no problems. After the previous few battles, Yi Qian realized that even his state of mind had become much more determined. Chapter 530. The first time she shot a criminal in Australia, she didn't hesitate to shoot. However, when she saw the bloody scene afterwards, her stomach churned and her mind went blank. She panicked. That was the first time she took someone's life. But now, she didn't feel her stomach churning. She only knew that if she didn't take action, she would be giving the enemy a chance to kill her. She would also give the enemy a chance to kill her comrades. This is the fastest way to enter the base camp. Little fox, get ready to descend. With the help of the night vision goggles, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian arrived at the rocky cliff that would allow them to enter the enemy's base camp. Yi Qian glanced at the broken mountain ridge in front of him and nodded gently. Okay, no problem. I'll be on guard. You go first. No matter who went first, they had to be on guard. Xia Jinyuan nodded and carried the gun on his back. He stepped on the uneven rock surface with the tips of his feet. His hands were either tightly grasping the shrubs growing among the rocks or the cracks between the rocks. He quickly descended along the funnel-like rock. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian, who was on guard, heard the cry of a night bird. He carried the gun and quickly descended like Xia Jinyuan. Her figure was petite and slender, and her waist was exceptionally soft as if it was boneless. She was also very light. She was much more agile than the male soldiers. Compared to Xia Jinyuan, who was like a fierce beast, she was much gentler. It was exactly because of the saying, women are like water. And the speed of her descent was only about 1 minute slower than Xia Jinyuan, who was a professionally trained special forces soldier. After descending, the two of them were like cats walking in the jungle. They were so quiet that not even the leaves rustled. It was obvious how solid their basic skills were. Although it was cool in the mountains, they were drenched in sweat after walking for nearly 10 hours. Yi Qian's arm was injured, so it was inevitable that it would feel uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask Yi Qian about it several times, but Xia Jinyuan didn't feel the slightest bit abnormal. Xia Jinyuan wanted to ask him about it, but he could only give up. This injury also had a psychological effect. She felt fine now, but if he mentioned it and remembered it, it would be counterproductive. With the help of the night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan, who was scouting ahead, making a hand gesture to her. 8:00. Sentry post. Kill. They had already entered the target area. As long as they saw a sentry post, they had to eliminate it. Yi Qian nodded lightly and slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder. He held a military dagger in his mouth as he crept towards the sentry post. His light footsteps were covered by the rustling of insects, and his figure was hidden in the darkness. His figure, which seemed to have become one with the night, flashed his fangs. He crossed his arms and quickly grabbed the opponent's chin. Within 3 seconds, he twisted the opponent's head and neck into a strange and twisted position. His neck was broken without a trace of blood. Xia Jinyuan was in charge of moving and handling the sentry posts that had already been taken care of, while Yi Qian was in charge of keeping watch. Everything was carried out like a ghost. Every sentry post that was discovered was dealt with in the form of assassination. After sneaking past the border patrol, they entered a tighter surveillance area. Xia Jinyuan bent his legs slightly, his tall and slender body sticking close to a tree. He quickly crawled towards Yi Qian. A strong patrol light shone in their direction. Yi Qian knelt on one knee a second before the strong light swept over. Then, he nimbly rolled to the side like a snow fox and nimbly hid in the bushes. Chapter 531. In an emergency situation, Yi Qian didn't know where to hide. When she rolled to the side, she felt a sharp pain on her face. Only then did she realize that she had rolled into a thorny vine. The thorny vines had many thin leaves and were densely grown. Although there were wounds on her face and hands, the searchlight couldn't shine on her. However, she could clearly see the 4 patrolling Al-Qaeda members. At a glance, one could see the difference between the people patrolling in the central area and those patrolling outside. They were all holding AK-47 assault rifles in their hands. They were all wearing the same jungle camouflage uniform, bulletproof vests, and waterproof military boots. Other than not wearing a bulletproof helmet on their heads, their entire outfit was no different from that of a regular army. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding behind a tree, signaled for them to split into 2, meaning to lure them away and fight 1 against 2. The 2 exchanged glances in the monotonous green world. What they saw was the cold determination and unwavering determination in each other's black eyes. It was an encouragement that would make everything fearless, silently giving the other party a sense of security. Xia Jinyuan once said to Yi Qian that he would always hold her hand. Yi Qian once said to Xia Jinyuan that there would be times when he would be tired. He could choose to believe in her. On the battlefield, they didn't forget what they said at that time. They used their actions to prove that what they said in the past wasn't just a casual remark. What they said was a promise, and they wouldn't change their minds no matter what. A gesture was communication. Yi Qian nodded gently to show that she understood. His painted face smiled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from her sight. There was the sound of leaves rustling, as if someone was escaping in a panic. The Al-Qaeda member walking at the front was quite vigilant. He didn't immediately shine the searchlight in that direction. Instead, he whispered a few words in Urdu to the other 3 people who had also sensed something. The 4 of them quickly split into 2 groups. 2 of them searched in the direction of the swaying leaves, while the other 2 seemed to continue moving forward. However, the man with the searchlight in his hand hung the searchlight on the tree, and then quietly went up and outflanked them. They had received a certain amount of combat training and knew how to create a diversion. However, for Yi Qian, who had received formal training, this made it easier for her to attack them from behind. She worked together with Xia Jinyuan to eliminate the target. Yi Qian lightly jumped out from the thorny vines. She was holding the QSZ 92 9mm pistol that she had been given before she left the country. It had an effective shooting range of 50 meters and a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second. She would choose to fire at a range of less than 50 meters, reducing the firing range to 5 meters. This way, she would have enough time to fire the next shot and finish off the other one. 3 light flicks came from the earpiece. It was Xia Jinyuan indicating that they would start in 3 minutes. Yi Qian flicked his finger back to show that he understood. The searchlight hanging on the tree swayed. The 2 Al-Qaeda members, who wanted to outflank them, never thought that there was an even greater danger lurking behind them. The pistol was loaded. Yi Qian, who was moving forward like a cat, quickly closed the distance between her and the two targets in front of her. She closed the distance again and again until she was almost 4 meters away. She was 4 meters away. If her opponents walked another meter, they would be 5 meters away. Principal Chen had said that Yi Qian was very suitable to be a sniper. Not only did she have sharp judgment, but she also had a good grasp of the speed of her shots. Chapter 532. To make a simple analogy, if Ace could fire 4 bullets in 1 minute, then Yi Qian could fire 8 bullets. In the same amount of time and with the same type of gun, Yi Qian could hear the bullet passing through the firing pin, firing the primer and igniting the propellant. As she held the pistol, she could feel the propellant start to burn and the internal pressure of the cartridge case increase. When the pressure rose to 250-500 kg/cm2, the bullet would leave the cartridge case and squeeze into the barrel. At this point, Yi Qian could feel the bullet start to move. Under the action of the high temperature and high pressure, the bullet would rapidly move forward and pass through the barrel. Her vision would then pass through the front of the gun, and she would aim through the front sight to complete the shot. Yi Qian did not know if this feeling was because she had touched the gun or recognized it. She only knew that as long as she touched the gun, she could clearly see the entire structure of the gun in her mind, just like a four-dimensional picture. When she fired the gun, the four-dimensional drawing seemed to have a life of its own. As the bullets in the gun in her hand moved, the four-dimensional gun in her heart also began to move. It was as if she had become a gun. She did not need to aim before shooting. Instead, she could complete the aiming action after pulling the trigger. It was this feeling that allowed her to shoot twice as fast as other people. What did it mean to fire twice as fast? It meant that she had already completed the shot before others had even fired. For example, right now, the muffled sound of rocks sinking into water could be heard, followed by the same sound. 2 people had fallen consecutively, but the 2 terrorists in front did not even have the chance to fire. This was Yi Qian's ability. After Xia Jinyuan finished off the other guy who had not reacted at all, he looked at Yi Qian through his night vision goggles. Even though he was usually calm, at this moment, his eyes and heart were filled with shock. Her firing speed was very, very fast. She could accurately kill 2 people within 0.003 seconds. Before this, he was still thinking that he should quickly finish off the 2 people who were following him and then turn around to support Yi Qian. Who knew that she would be the one to support him? After dragging away the 4 terrorists who were still warm but were already dead, Xia Jinyuan led Yi Qian into the bushes and got close to her. I didn't realize you were so fast before, but after seeing you today, you really shocked me. In order to communicate secretly, not only did he get close to her, but he also spoke with his lips close to her ear. Yi Qian even felt that his thin and warm lips were about to touch her ear a few times. His low voice and warm breath were all sprinkled by her ears and neck. Her heart couldn't help but tremble, and an unnatural expression immediately appeared on her face. You actually have a unique skill that I don't know about. Little fox, you're not being honest. As he was still talking, Yi Qian couldn't help but tilt her head slightly. She didn't realize that her ear was a little ticklish. His words made her want to scratch it. Xia Jinyuan really didn't have any other intentions. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you hiding? It's more convenient to talk like this. My ear is itchy. Yi Qian glanced at him and said softly, Captain Xia, are we going to rest? How's the J5's operation? Should we contact them? Chapter 533. There was no sound from their earpiece. It seemed like they had temporarily turned off their communication. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, we can rest now. We're almost at the edge now. We'll go out after they reach the edge. What he meant was that their team moved quickly and encountered fewer obstacles. J5 and the other teams had a harder time cutting into the edge, so there were more piles to clear, so it would take more time. Yi Jian wanted to sneak into the enemy's base camp first. Although the place she and Xia Jinyuan chose was difficult to sneak into, there were many rocks and few trees. However, the distance was short and there was a natural protective screen nearby. Therefore, the patrolling members of the base organization were not as strict as those of J5. Captain Xia, why don't you go and support them? I can sneak in by myself. Yi Qian was still a little worried about the other team members. Since they were already here, she could sneak in by herself. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with a half-smile. Although his face was covered in paint and he was wearing night vision goggles, Yi Qian could still feel his gaze burning like the sun. She heard him say, "You haven't answered my question yet." Answer what? Yi Qian blinked. Her face was also covered in paint, so she couldn't read his expression. She was in a good mood. She didn't expect that the speed at which she fired the gun would shock Xia Jinyuan. She was quite happy. In the past, she really couldn't compare to this dangerous man. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Are you proud of yourself? There was a deep affection in his eyes. His gaze was so gentle that it was almost dripping. Although it was blocked by the night vision goggles, that deep affection. Yi Qian could feel it. Her heart skipped a beat. She adjusted her breathing a few times before answering, I feel it. I feel it every time I fire the gun, especially when it's a pistol. As long as I'm sure I need to fire the gun, there's a cross-section of the gun in my heart and mind. I can clearly feel the movement of the bullet, then I can immediately aim and shoot. A deep and somewhat rapid breathing sound came from the earpiece. Then, she heard K7's cold and emotionless voice. Sorry, I just happened to hear it. I didn't want to disturb you, but I couldn't help but gasp when I heard it. Wouldn't that make people gasp in shock? Normally, when firing a gun, one would aim first and then shoot. But from what Yi Qian had said, shoot first and then aim. Wasn't this bullshit? If anyone else said this, they would definitely think it was bullshit. But since it was Yi Qian who said it, K7 believed him. Last night on the transport plane, she fired her first shot in less than a second after the cabin lights went out. This proved that she was indeed capable. Shoot first and aim later. Sounds a little ridiculous. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up, and the admiration in his eyes intensified. But since you said so, I believe you. Besides, I did see it just now. K7 was speechless. It was unbelievable. Yi Qian had broken tradition. Her actions were faster than the speed of a bullet, and she still had to aim. The voices of the other two squads came one after another. Each squad repositioned themselves. After confirming the direction, they put aside Yi Qian's shooting speed and focused on sneaking into the enemy's base. The silence in the mountains was not broken yet, but the assassination mission was in full swing. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were scattered all over the place. Yi Qian did not find the best sniping spot. Instead, he found a sniping spot where he could leave immediately and from which he could leave in any direction. When the gunshots rang out, Yi Qian knew that the biggest fight of the night had truly begun. Chapter 534. The first shots were fired by the Pakistani government. After confirming that all the Chinese soldiers had entered the base camp, they were the first to launch the attack. The Pakistani government was not afraid of exposing their identities, so their attack was fierce and vicious. Grenades were thrown one after another, and the entire valley was covered in flames. This allowed the members of the Snowfield Brigade to see clearly what kind of terrain the base was. This place was like a local village isolated from the rest of the world. All the houses were single-story bungalows. The bungalows were separated by a certain distance, and the area they occupied was quite wide. From the gunfire, they could see that there were yellow dirt paths between the houses. They've taken over the village as their base. It's so wide. It'll take half a day to fire. J5 clicked his tongue. After looking up, he quickly crouched down. The worst thing to do on the battlefield was to stick your head out first. If you weren't careful, your head would explode. Yi Qian, who was at the sniper's point, thought the same. If they hadn't gotten some clues from Pavel and his men, the Pakistani government would never have thought that there was a base village in the valley of Magla Mountain that could come out and cause destruction at any time. The grenades didn't explode at one point, but at several points at the same time. The shrapnel flew out like bees leaving their hive, splashing in all directions. The Al-Qaeda members who were close to the shrapnel were immediately blasted into a bloody mess. Blood and flesh splashed out along with the shrapnel, and everything was covered in the darkness of the night. Shrapnel was also a weapon that hurt people. The Pakistani government had only thrown offensive grenades with a killing radius of 10 meters. In other words, if there were people in this range, they would either be blown up or have their entire body pierced by the shrapnel. This type of offensive grenade was rarely used by the Snowfield Brigade. Looks like the new president has a personality. Fuck, all the grenades he threw out are offensive grenades. Q King, the defensive grenades in our hands are a little unpresentable. J5 could still maintain a relaxed tone as he spoke through the headset. Judging from his tone, this was just a slightly more dangerous actual combat exercise. The front line has been blown up into a hornet's nest. We'll proceed step by step. Let's bring out the suspected Chinese first. The Chinese side had never liked to engage in barbaric warfare. They would only use a knife to grind the meat in a refined manner. They would grind the meat until the other side was scared out of their wits, but they would not be in a hurry to stab the knife in. This was called psychological warfare. They would tear a small wound into a big one, and then uproot it all at once, leaving no way out. Otherwise, why would the Snowfield Brigade carry out assassinations and ambushes? I just want to get him out alive and think of a way to pry open his mouth and ask him how many more such people there are in the country. Only then can our great motherland directly exterminate them. In times of peace, no one would want someone to suddenly pull out a gun and shoot at the people on the street. He didn't want to sit in a car, but in the end, there was a suicide bomber in the car. Cathay was the only way to keep the people safe. Allowing such dangerous people to run into society and harm the people was definitely against the principles of the country. They had to be eliminated. Yi Qian listened to the few of them chatting while eliminating the targets. Her widened eyes slowly narrowed. At this moment, she really understood why Captain Xia said that even the best soldiers in Fujian Town's army would not be able to join their army. Just this calmness during battle alone was enough to separate them from the rest of the world. She did not speak. She only paid attention to the movements around her. She saw 4 figures hurriedly rush into her surveillance area. Then, in a flash, they entered a pitch-black mud bungalow. Chapter 535. There was a light in the room, but it was extinguished in less than a minute. Yi Qian sent his location over and said in a low voice, "I'm at 2:00. 4 targets have entered the room. Try to avoid this area. Be careful of an ambush." Now was not the time to make a move. Otherwise, she would have been able to snipe at least 2 targets. We don't have many people. We can only wait for them to attract the heavy firepower before we make a move. When J5 said this, everyone knew that he was talking to Yi Qian. Even Yi Qian, who was not officially part of the military, was forced to join the battle. Not only did they not have enough people, but they also did not have enough manpower. Yi Qian nodded in understanding. The special forces from the Linchuan military region had already returned to the border to begin their mission. They had managed to pry a lot of information out of the widow Pavel, including the situation at the Chinese border. It was an extremely serious matter that concerned the safety of the entire border. Otherwise, the special forces from the Linchuan military region would not have immediately returned to China after completing their mission at the orphanage. They were seriously short of manpower, and the Al-Qaeda members could retreat at any time. Since the Pakistani government had already fired the first shot, they could not let the second one be a dud. They immediately sent troops to draft a plan. Furthermore, Pavel mentioned that the Chinese would be involved. The operation was even more urgent, which was why they had come up with tonight's plan. Other than Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan and the others were clear about these military secrets. They had only slept for an hour last night. When they woke up, they immediately woke up Yi Qian and moved out together. Xia Jinyuan and the others had not slept for 2 days and 1 night. They were short of manpower and did not sleep well. Under high alert, they would talk to their comrades from time to time, which was also a way to refresh themselves. Now that they were on the government's home ground, everyone was waiting for K7's reconnaissance report to come back before they could make plans for the next step. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice sounded particularly cold in the midst of the gunfire. It was like a 1,000-year-old rock with indestructible power. The entire base camp is made up of typical mud houses. Each of them has a high outer wall, and we have to be wary of any ambushes inside. It will take some time for K7 to scout by himself. The others absolutely could not act rashly. Xia Jinyuan's plan was because there were only a few people, so each of them had to be used at the most crucial moment. After K7 finished their reconnaissance, they quickly became reinforcements and met up with Yi Qian's team. Xia Jinyuan and the other two teams worked together to capture the Chinese alive. Another team provided cover while the last team retreated. K7 and Yi Qian brought up the rear. This was a planned battle, striving for everyone to be able to hold their own and cooperate with each other. No matter how much time K7 wasted, he did not have enough men to support him. Fortunately, the Pakistani government troops were very ferocious. They brought all their light weapons and used grenades to blast a bloody path out. Al-Qaeda's firepower was not as strong as the Pakistani government troops. They were at a disadvantage because they were all preparing to retreat tonight, so all their firepower was concentrated in one place. Now that the Pakistani government troops were fighting separately, it allowed them to disperse their firepower. There would be a gap in between, allowing the government troops to take control of the situation. This also made it easier for K7 to move. He would not be discovered if he sneaked in. They didn't have any battle plans for this place. It was all up to K7 to figure out where to go. Then, K7 would be able to pinpoint every location so that his comrades would know which path to take later on. Chapter 536. The sound of gunfire made Yi Qian feel like his ears were going deaf. He had to listen to their voices on one side and the flames of war on the other. It was not torture, but it could be considered a form of training. The thorny emotions in his heart were smoothed out by gunfire, the fear was broken by bullets, and the fear was washed away by blood. Over time, his state of mind became a flat mirror, bright and flat. It only reflected what was good and evil, what was righteous and what was evil. This was a kind of growth, and it was a growth that could only exist in the flames of war. Yi Qian knew that the reason he could participate in missions again and again was because the military wanted to train him and see if he was a piece of unpolished jade. There was a rumbling sound in the sky, and a transport plane could be seen rumbling from the east to the north. This thing was huge, and it was not a bomber or a fighter jet. It was the transport plane that had secretly landed 30 miles away from the Pakistani government. It was back. The Pakistani government is really generous. They directly sent a transport plane to attract the attention of all the Al-Qaeda organizations and leave the safety to us. Just this alone is worth us risking our lives for. V8 said happily. His lack of psychological pressure made Yi Qian wonder if he had a blade of grass in his mouth as he waited leisurely. The transport plane was very loud, and its sound could be heard from miles away. Wouldn't it attract all the Al-Qaeda organization's attention? If there was an anti-aircraft gun below and it was fired, another transport plane would be destroyed, and even the pilot would be sacrificed. But even if there was such a danger, the Pakistani transport plane still directly flew over, and the danger level of the Chinese soldiers decreased by a lot. Sure enough, the Al-Qaeda organizations that were supposed to be hiding in the dark saw such a big thing circling above their heads. They set up their machine guns and fired wildly at it. So fucking cunning, and there's even a machine gunner hiding. V8 could not help but burst out, and his earpiece started to cough. Instructor J5 said earnestly, "Good brother, pay attention to your image. I almost got my head chopped off, and you guys are still in the mood to curse?" K7, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his mouth and sent the location to Xia Jinyuan and the other two teams. "It's up to you, brother. I'll retreat and meet up with Yi Qian." Yi Qian, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, replied, "Roger that." He immediately sent her location to K7. He then said, "The veteran is not bad. It's not heavy to carry. Get a few of them back. I want to get some good stuff. Type 95 rifles are not enough for you, T6 replied with a low laugh. And the M16 bullets. From the parameters of the two types of bullets, it could be seen that the M16 had an advantage over the AK-47 in terms of the amount of ammunition a soldier could carry on the battlefield. If the weight of the bullets was the same, the M16 would carry much more bullets than the AK-47. Moreover, the two sides were fighting at close range this time. The reason why they chose the M16, which was a high-speed bullet, was because of its high speed, high hit rate, and armor-piercing ability. Chapter 537. At the same time, the bullet weight was light enough to ensure that there would be enough bullets on the battlefield. There wouldn't be a situation where the person didn't come out and the bullets ran out. They had chosen the M16 assault rifle for this operation after careful consideration. The Type 95 assault rifle that T6 mentioned was an assault rifle produced by China. In terms of design, the 7.62 bullets were discarded and the 5.8 bullets were used instead. Although the specifications were close, they still didn't meet the requirements. When K7 said that he wanted to get a few M16s back, Yi Qian was also tempted. It was indeed possible to get one back. Among the firearms in Fujian town, there was also a veteran of the battlefield. However, it was a short magazine with a capacity of 20 rounds, not the long magazine with a capacity of 30 rounds in Captain Xia's hands. As a gun enthusiast, she also liked to dismantle and reassemble all kinds of famous guns. Check if there are any left. If there are, bring one back. The Pakistani government doesn't have the time to clean up the guns in the hands of the people in the base, Xia Jinyuan said. Xia Jinyuan opened his mouth just as Yi Jian finished thinking about it. It was as if he could see through Yi Jian's thoughts clearly even though he was not far away from her. This call was the last time the entire team spoke more than 10 words. What followed were all concise and harsh phrases. The artillery fire of the government was still very strong. The east corner was filled with flames and gunshots never stopped. The firepower of the base was not to be underestimated. Gathering them together was undoubtedly a problem for the government. They couldn't send too many soldiers into the base. The Snowfield Brigade would be isolated if they entered the base. As they got closer and closer to K7's position, J5's voice was filled with hostility. I have infrared here. Help, clear the infrared. The only person who could provide support was K7. However, K7 said, I have infrared here as well. Brother, you're on your own. Entering the infrared surveillance system where even flies can't fly, isn't that asking for blessings? When the transport plane arrived, it even activated all the infrared surveillance cameras that the enemy had turned off when they retreated. This was a result that no one could complain about. According to the Pakistani intelligence, there were no infrared cameras in this corner of the mountain. They were all manned sentry posts. It was obvious that the information Pavel had gotten out of him was half true and half false. The interrogators hadn't filtered the information thoroughly and had given the Chinese side the wrong information. I think I should know where the surveillance camera is. Yi Qian put away his sniper rifle and said, my position has temporarily changed from sniper to assaulter. Everyone, be careful. I'll go down and deal with it now. He bent over from a collapsed area and landed lightly on the ground like an eagle flying in the night. There are 4 people in total. 1 against 4. I'll be in the dark and he'll be in the light. The odds of winning are above 80%. Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the wall, didn't have time to answer Yi Jian before he saw a red dot flashing in front of him. His eyes sharpened and he rolled to another corner on the dusty ground. With sweat on his back, he said in a low voice, half of it was destroyed, but the other half can still operate normally. I was discovered here. Just as he finished speaking, gunshots suddenly rang out. It was a series of machine gun shots. Yi Qian, destroy the infrared within 5 minutes. Move out. The low voice sounded quickly and steadily. When Yi Qian heard a series of machine gun shots, he knew that he had encountered a machine gun. Her eyes were filled with hostility. She stuck close to the wall and used the tip of her foot to push herself up. She stepped on the wall and entered the back of the mud house that she had seen for about a minute from her sniper position. Chapter 538. The tall walls didn't stop her. She jumped up and saw 3 Ba Fong soldiers in long robes standing there with guns. Their guns were aimed at the door. If anyone came in, the 3 AK-47s would shoot continuously and turn them into minced meat. Luckily, she chose to come from the back. Now, it was just 1 assassination and 2 close-range shooting. She didn't have much time to destroy the infrared system in 5 minutes. Increase the firepower. There are about 300 people in the base. The government even miscalculated the number of people in the intelligence report. We don't have enough ammo. Grab the submachine guns. G3 reminded his comrades. He was already fighting 1 against 5. With the infrared system, it was another 1 against 5. Yi Qian looked at the dark room. She saw 4 people earlier. Now, there were 3 people outside. That meant there was only 1 person inside. The person inside was definitely a technician in charge of the infrared system. According to the original plan, 1 assassination and 2 kills were feasible. What she needed to do was eliminate the 3 targets outside and destroy the infrared system at the same time. The infrared system was like a pair of eyes in a battle. The more important the eyes were, the better the protection. Luckily, these people came back in a hurry. Her chances of winning increased to 90%. Yi Qian jumped down from the wall amidst the explosion. Using the high ground, she stabbed the military dagger in her hand into the left side of the man's neck. Woo! The man's neck was pierced through by the military dagger. He didn't even have time to pull the dagger out. Yi Qian had already fired and aimed at a target. After 2 shots, Yi Qian's back was drenched in sweat. Why did Grandpa Zhen and Uncle Chen strictly ask her to increase her speed during training? She knew the importance of speed when she was on the battlefield. If she was fast, she could take out 3 targets in less than 20 seconds. If she was slow, she could take out 2 targets. The last one could take her life. The explosion was too loud. The technician in charge of the base didn't hear anything. He needed to activate the infrared system in the base immediately to help his people move quickly. He needed to kill the government soldiers who might have sneaked into the base. Yi Qian, who was standing close to the door, could hear the voices of the other party talking from inside. He tried contacting the sentry posts but found that there were only a few replies, especially from the sentry posts in the northwest. Not a single one of them answered. He must have sensed the danger. He grabbed a submachine gun next to him and turned around to inform the members on sentry duty outside. However, as soon as he turned around, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. A bullet penetrated the glass and hit him in the chest. Yi Qian leaped over the corpses on the ground and pulled out the submachine guns from the enemy's hands. He used the enemy's guns to fire at the infrared surveillance and communications systems. Sparks flew in all directions like fireworks. After bursts of green smoke, everything returned to normal. Infrared solution. She informed all her comrades and left the room with the Heckler Koch MP5K PDW submachine guns. Behind her were 4 corpses that were gradually turning cold. Blood was still spreading on the ground, but there was no fear on her face. Well done, brother. K7's voice came first. He destroyed the infrared system on his side. After the enemy entered the blind spot, he started his counterattack. The rest of his comrades thought the same, but they couldn't answer. Their firepower was increasing rapidly. Even Xia Jinyuan, who was closest to Yi Qian, was surrounded. Chapter 539. Even though the entire infrared system had been destroyed, the members of the Shuayu team were still exposed. This allowed the members of the Al-Qaeda organization to know that soldiers had infiltrated the base. The bullets were like a net that shot out in all directions, forcing the members of the Shuayu team to shrink their heads. The bullets hit the mud wall, and the thick mud embedded the bullets. The flying dust covered the night vision goggles. Yi Qian didn't waste a second in the bungalow after leaving the room. Destroying the infrared system meant exposing herself. If she didn't leave now, once the Al-Qaeda members rushed over, she would be surrounded like a fish in a net. There was no end to the bullets, and an explosion occurred at 8:00 on her left, about 400 meters away. If she guessed correctly, that was where Xia Jinyuan was. She even used the grenades on her. Yi Qian's face darkened, and she didn't hesitate to run over to provide support. Before they left, they had clearly said that grenades were not to be used unless it was a critical moment, because they were to be used as the main weapon for retreating. But now, Captain Xia was using them. Thinking about the danger he was in, Yi Qian's eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood. Captain Xia, I'm here to provide support. Yi Qian, who was running close to the wall, wasn't running blindly. Xia Jinyuan, who had already blasted a path of blood, was lying on the ground. The explosion was so close that his eardrums were ringing. When he heard the sound, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Support K7, surround them. Surround them." Yi Qian felt her heart clench. A 15-man encirclement was considered a large encirclement, which meant that K7 was now surrounded by more than 15 people. K7, locate them. Yi Qian didn't run towards her 8:00. She knew very well who needed support more, so she had to go and support K7 now. Before he could pinpoint the location, 4 Al-Qaeda members rushed out from the front. Yi Qian, who was in the corner, fired first. He even used an MP5K PDW submachine gun that he had stolen. The MP5K PDW had a combat firing rate of 900 rounds per minute and a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. This type of gun was originally used by anti-terrorist special forces, but now it had appeared in the hands of an Al-Qaeda member. It was no wonder that the Chinese leaders wanted the Chinese soldiers to participate in this operation. They had to capture the suspected Chinese in the base alive. Who provided such a dangerous gun in the hands of a member of the base that even had its exit controlled? Are there any in the country? Are there any of those who are hiding in the dark to endanger the country's peace? If they captured a few suspected Chinese alive, they would be able to get some clues. The bullets were fired at close range, and the targets were directly hit by the explosive force of the bullets. They were pushed back before falling to the ground. They didn't even make a sound before they were finished off by the guns and ammunition they had purchased. K7's position had been sent over. It was about 800 meters away from Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan, who had suddenly appeared, said to Yi Qian, "I'm coming over to meet up with them. Support them." "Okay. They have MP5K PDW submachine guns. Pick them up. Don't waste them." Yi Qian's tone sounded like a veteran who had been fighting for many years. His actions were not bad either. He cooperated with his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade and gave it their all. J5, G3, T6, and V8 were fighting together. They could take care of the front and back of the base, so there was no need for support. Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, and K7 were fighting alone. They had to meet up with each other as soon as possible. The sound of gunfire and explosions shook the ground. The flames that shot up to the sky almost lit up the entire base. Everyone was exposed from the darkness. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan met up with each other 2 minutes later. When they saw each other covered in smoke, Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. He used so much strength that it felt like he was going to crush the bones in her hand. Chapter 540. I'm fine. How about you? Yi Qian smiled and asked him softly. After all, he had just thrown the grenade. Xia Jinyuan didn't realize that he had used too much strength. Such a high level of firepower was due to a mistake in the intelligence report. He had dragged Yi Qian, a rookie, into such a high level of firepower. The biggest worry was that he would get hit. I'm fine. Put on the bulletproof vest. Don't worry about how heavy it is. It's a lifesaver. When he opened his mouth, there was a smell of gunpowder. His jaw was tight. Later, you cover the rear. I'll attack. Yi Qian nodded. She didn't have any objections to his arrangement. It was her first battle, so it was fine for her to listen to his arrangements. The two exchanged a few simple words and immediately went to support K7, who was surrounded. There were 2 reinforcements on the outside. Yi Qian's submachine gun fired at the Al-Qaeda members surrounding K7. They screamed in shock. The continuous gunfire made their eardrums ring. They were in danger, but even so, they had to support their comrades. This was the type of support that would only come if there were no hostages. If there were hostages, no one would come to support them. Everyone had to move forward in the battle. Even if their comrades were sacrificed, they had to move forward without hesitation. Only by moving forward could they win and save more lives. From the day they became a soldier, they had to understand the meaning of sacrifice. K7 looked at the hand that reached over. It was slender and long. He could still see the fingers clearly through the gunfire. The skin was white and smooth. It was Yi Qian's hand. It looked weak, but it was filled with strength and power. His eardrums hurt. The bullets had pierced through the wall. If K7 hadn't used a grenade to kill 5 or 6 people and stun the rest, he would have been shot through like a sieve. K7 took a deep breath of the smoky air and exhaled a mouthful of murky air that was also filled with gunpowder. He said in a hoarse voice, "I almost thought I was going to die. There were more than 100 people here. I fucking cleared more than 10 of them." He was angry that the intelligence report was wrong, but he couldn't vent his anger. He had to hold it in. Even K7, who was usually cold and silent, couldn't help but curse. At least 300 people. It's not an ordinary base. It's the base of all the Al-Qaeda members in this city. Yi Qian grabbed his outstretched hand and pulled K7 up. The intelligence is wrong. The Pakistani president is on tenterhooks again. K7 was not injured. Other than the fact that they could not fight him head-on, they were still fine. After confirming that he was not injured, he immediately contacted the other 2 teams. The firepower was very strong. Fortunately, the members of the Shuayu team were all special forces who had survived through piles of corpses. Other than some small wounds on their bodies, they were all fine. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered. Xia Jinyuan spread out the map and pointed to the south, where there had been no movement. Contact the government forces via satellite phone. This is the main target. We can't stay here for long. Get 2 hostages and retreat. If they stayed any longer and waited for the government troops to rush in, they would be fighting among themselves. The person in charge of communication was V8. After contacting the commander of the government forces, 3 of them suppressed the firepower, 2 of them attacked, and 2 of them moved forward quickly. They started to attack like arrows. Disperse, fight, gather, suppress, and calmly report. Under such intense firepower, Yi Qian followed the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade and headed toward the location where they suspected there were Chinese. Chapter 541. After taking out a machine gunner, the T6 combatant looked at the big gun that still had a lot of bullets in it and started drooling. Don't carry the machine gun anymore. Submachine guns are more practical. V8, who was suppressing the firepower, shouted at him, "They're about to start fighting in the south. Brother, what are you still looking for?" The T6 combatant let out a long sigh and said, "A full man doesn't know the suffering of a hungry man." V8 kicked him in the face. The entire battle was a bloody one. Even if you stepped over the corpses that they had knocked down, you still had to continue walking even if your military boots stepped on the thick blood. Yi Qian would try to avoid them earlier, but in the end, when the firepower was too strong, there was no time for him to do so. He just laid down under the corpses that he had cleared a second ago and used them as cover while firing at the front. The firepower in the south was so intense that all the Al-Qaeda members focused their firepower on it. However, there was no movement from the bungalow that K7 had first located. Under the cover of Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, 2 teams of people entered the bungalow and threw a strong flashlight grenade into the pitch-black bungalow. As the light blinded the entire house, they also saw 4 people hiding in the darkness. They were wearing long pants and short shirts and had Asian facial features. Victory seemed to be right in front of them. However, when K7 saw the 4 people, his expression suddenly changed and he said sternly, "Fifth young one." Yi Qian, who was hiding in the dark and keeping watch, looked at Xia Jinyuan. They saw Yi Qian, who was close to the wall, climb up a mound of dirt with her feet. The 2-meter-tall wall disappeared from Xia Jinyuan's sight in just 2 steps. She heard footsteps outside, but thought it was a lone Al-Qaeda member who had fallen behind. In fact, it was the target who had escaped. K7 on guard. How could Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian give chase alone? After saying that, he used the same method to catch up to Yi Qian. This little fox was really fast. By the time he realized it, she had already given chase. With 2 people giving chase, it meant that they had a clue. K7 quickly came out to hide and keep watch while the 4 Snowfield Brigade members inside moved quickly. The 4 of them were the suspected Chinese that the Snowfield Brigade was looking for. There was no need to suspect them. Just by looking at their faces, they knew that they were indeed Chinese and not people from other Asian countries. They were blinded by the bright light and didn't know that the people who came in were Chinese soldiers. "Tie up your eyes and hands." J5 rushed up like a cheetah after saying that. G3 and the other 2 all pulled out the leather belts on their waists, and a few close-range grappling techniques were used to capture the other party. The 4 targets were all blinded by the powerful light bullets. Not only were their eyes temporarily blinded, even their minds were blank. How did they get discovered? They had never left this place, and they were far away from the south. "Let go of me, you damn bastard." The target cursed in English, his tone arrogant and vicious. When his eyes were blindfolded and his hands were clasped behind his back, he began to struggle. "Let go, do you know who we are? We are Chinese people, Chinese people." It would have been better if he didn't say that. Once he did, J5's eyes turned cold. His handsome face was fierce, and he punched the other party in the stomach. He also replied in English coldly, "China and Pakistan have a good relationship. The Chinese people love peace. And you, terrorist. No, 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 we are hostages, we are hostages." Someone heard that the government soldiers could speak English and suddenly blurted out this sentence. J5 didn't hold back and punched this person in the face. He also found a desert eagle from the other party's waist. He ground his teeth and sneered in a standard New York accent, "Hostages? Hostages with a desert eagle? Fuck your hostages." Chapter 542. Another punch landed on the man's lower abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. These were 4 young men, and the Snowfield Brigade had almost sacrificed their dearest comrades for them. Outside, Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan quickly searched for the other target who had escaped. Under such circumstances, he was still able to calmly escape and leave the other 4 behind. This person would be more useful than the other 4 if they caught him. Outside the wall, Yi Qian used one hand to draw a footprint. It was a man's footprint that was smaller than all the other messy footprints. When Xia Jinyuan came down, Yi Qian pursed her lips. "These are the footprints left behind when he jumped down. Adult male, size 42 centimeters. The strain on his right foot is significantly reduced. He's either disabled or injured. Follow this trail of footsteps and chase after him." As a sniper, reconnaissance was a skill that she had to learn. Although her reconnaissance ability was not as good as AK-7, Yi Qian, who had been trained by a world-class sniper, was not that bad either. Xia Jinyuan loaded the M16 in his hand and said in a low voice, "When you find him, shoot his feet until they're disabled." The fact that this person was able to escape from being surrounded meant that he had a certain level of reconnaissance ability. The government troops began to kill with all their might. Grenades had no eyes. Wherever they were thrown, there would be screams of pain. The shrapnel and glass shards were the second most lethal weapon. Some of the unlucky Al-Qaeda members were either injured for the second time or killed instantly when they hit them. This was Yi Qian's first time participating in such a large-scale battle. She was calm in the face of Xia Jinyuan, but when she saw the bodies that had been blasted into pieces by the grenades, she couldn't help but feel nauseous even though she was mentally prepared. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to stop and take a breather. She searched for the important target in the wind that was filled with the smell of blood. The footprints of the target were deep and shallow. After 2 turns, they disappeared in front of a bungalow. This was the scene where the Snowfield Brigade members had left after the battle. A few cold bodies were still lying crookedly in the corner of the wall. Behind them was blood splattered everywhere. His anti-reconnaissance ability was not bad, and he was bold and meticulous. After a fierce battle, no one would return to the scene to search, not even the special forces of the Shuayu Brigade. Neither of them walked through the main entrance. Whoever walked through the main entrance at this time would be courting death. After observing the terrain and confirming that the east side wasn't suitable for them to escape, Xia Jinyuan gestured for Yi Qian to dig out a few pieces of dirt from the wall and throw them inside. Then, Xia Jinyuan picked up a corpse, stood on top of the pile of dirt, and flipped the corpse over, pretending to be an injured Al-Qaeda member. Yi Qian had already hidden himself well and was paying attention to the movements in the room. When he heard a soft sound, he signaled to Xia Jinyuan to attack. The two of them quickly sneaked into the bungalow, guns in hand, and moved closer to the room. Through his night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw 2 gray robes hanging on a drying rack made of tree branches. He used the muzzle of his sniper rifle to gently roll up the 2 robes into his hands. He smiled at Xia Jinyuan, who was looking at him, and pointed at the door from which the soft sound came. The 2 of them approached from the left and the right. 1, 2, 3, break the door. The 2 people guarding the door kicked the old wooden door open. At the same time, Yi Qian threw the 2 robes inside. Gunshots came from inside the room and pierced through the 2 robes. The bullets shot out from the door and fiercely hit the wall outside. Long range. Large caliber. This was a sniper rifle. Chapter 543. Seeing that the bullets had traveled so far, the 2 of them fired blindly in the direction of the bullets' trajectory, suppressing the enemy's firepower. Under the cover of Xia Jinyuan, Yi Jian, who was on one knee, rolled into the room as soon as she entered. With the help of the night vision goggles, she saw a figure squatting beside a table in the green room. It was a man with deep facial features, dark skin, and short limbs. He was indeed holding a sniper rifle. Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she aimed at the man's wrist and fired. The first shot hit the man's knee, and the second shot hit the man's right hand. The bullet penetrated his palm, and after the 2 shots, the man screamed in pain. He didn't scream after the 2 shots, and even when his bones were broken, he swallowed back his tears of blood. How's the situation on your side? Xia Jinyuan was tying the man's hands behind his back with a belt when J5's voice came through the earpiece. We've pried out a truck with a full tank of gas. It's best to take the hostage and drive away. Yi Qian handed the sterile belt to Xia Jinyuan and reported their situation in English. We've caught the target. He's a big fish and is useful. Where's the jeep? We can leave immediately. He then sprinkled some hemostatic medicine on the man who had been shot twice. As for the bullet, he didn't even think about it. It was already a mercy that he didn't shoot him to death. At this moment, all the firepower was concentrated in the south. There were still some stray bullets in the northwest, but it was a piece of cake for the Snowfield Brigade to get rid of these guys who were shooting blindly. The 5 guys that they wanted to secretly bring back to China didn't affect the speed of the Snowfield Brigade, but one of them was a little unlucky. A stray bullet hit him directly in the shoulder blade, and the bullet got stuck in his bone, causing him to scream in pain. The 5 of them had a piece of cloth stuffed in their mouths, and even if they wanted to speak, they had to spit out the thing in their mouths first. The truck was usually used by the Al-Qaeda members when they went out. When they found the parking lot, 2 of the tires were shot out, the windshield was shattered, and a row of bullet holes were ejected from the back of the truck. There were still dozens of bullets in the truck. Alert, guard against stray bullets, change the wheel, check the fuel tank, a series of tasks were done in an orderly manner and were carried out quickly. G3 held the wheel, and Yi Qian picked up a wrench and deftly removed the wheel. His movements were so skillful, he looked like a mechanic. G3 was stunned. "You've learned this before?" "I've trained with the motorist for a month. I have an hour every day to learn how to repair a car. I can change a wheel." Sweat dripped from Yi Qian's forehead onto the back of G3's hand. "Okay, remove the jack and change the front wheel." G3 silently rolled the tire that had been punctured by bullets to the side. He took out a jack and placed it on the front wheel. Then, he saw Yi Jian unscrewing the big nut with a wrench. G3 couldn't help but chuckle. "You're really good at everything. Reconnaissance, sniping, assault, car repair. I guess you know how to drive too." "I'm still dreaming of being a soldier at such a young age." "What a silly boy. What a silly boy." Yi Qian changed the two wheels in 2 minutes. After he was done, he smiled and said, "I'm still far behind you guys. I still have to work hard." Done, retreat. Next, they just had to rush the truck to escape the tiger's den. Chapter 544. In order to prevent the 5 important targets from playing any tricks, the members of the Snowland Brigade took out sterile straps and tied their feet. Then, they struck the back of their necks and knocked them unconscious. Like sandbags, they were thrown to the back of the truck. Fuck, why are all the people left behind a bunch of noobs? Even if they don't know how to shoot, they're still here. Before the truck even started, a string of stray bullets swept in their direction. They were shooting blindly and did not care about running out of bullets. It was obvious that they had not received any training. V8 slung his rifle over his back. Under the cover of his comrades, he stepped on K7's hands that were folded over his knees and used the force of K7's hands to flip onto the roof of the garage. The stray bullets made it so that even the truck could not drive out. They had to find this guy who was wasting bullets. As the distance was very close, J5 saw through his night vision goggles that 2 Pakistani government soldiers were also suppressed by the stray bullets. They did not even have a chance to poke their heads out. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the entire mud wall like rain and sent dust flying everywhere. Of the 2 Pakistani government soldiers, the one underground is probably dead. The stray bullets are in the house at my 10:00 direction. There are at least 2 of them. V8 did not make a move immediately. After he finished his reconnaissance, he whispered into his earpiece, "Fire at random." Requesting a sniper. He did not get down from the truck but requested a sniper over his earpiece. Yi Qian was the sniper here, so she could only go up. When Yi Qian, who was already lying prone in the trunk of the truck, heard this, she quickly got up and jumped down from the truck with one hand on the fender. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of security, warned her in a low voice, "Be careful." Yi Qian laughed. "I'm a sniper to begin with. I've been carrying this sniper rifle for more than 10 hours without firing a single bullet. Now that I can finally put it to good use, I didn't carry it for more than 10 hours in vain." After she said that, she could hear the chuckles of her teammates through her earpiece. This young lady was really interesting. She was only 16 or 17 years old, but she was already carrying a sniper rifle and fighting enemies with them at night. She was their comrade who did not wear a military uniform. When T6 saw this, he wanted to whistle. This young lady was really energetic. Her nimble movements were pleasing to the eye. It wasn't like when he went to a high school to lead a team for military training in his first year in the army. Those girls would start complaining about how uncomfortable they felt after standing for 10 minutes. Just look at Yi Qian. She's a woman who doesn't lose out to men. Just looking at her makes me feel comfortable. The light from the fire in the south illuminated the area he was in. Yi Jian climbed up the car with the help of the K7. He cautiously glanced at the base village that was already riddled with holes. The windows that were shattered by the gunfire were dark and gloomy. No one knew if there were still Al-Qaeda members hiding in there. 10:00, at least 2 targets. Wide field of vision, suitable for sniping. Yi Qian said very softly as he carefully crawled down. He observed his surroundings and said to V8, 20 centimeters to the left. That's the best sniping position. She set up the sniper rifle that she had not used tonight and aimed it in the 10:00 direction. She began to accurately calculate the shooting range, wind speed, and how much the airwaves caused by the bombardment would affect the deviation of the bullet's trajectory. When she felt that there was a 99% chance of success, Yi Qian decisively and confidently pulled the trigger. The bullet came out of the barrel with a bang. After calculating its precise trajectory, it accurately hit the target that she could only see half of his head through her night vision goggles. Chapter 545. The bullet flew for 2 seconds and hit its target accurately. It was as if the bullet had entered the skull, pierced through the skull, and embedded itself into the wall of the room. The target didn't even know what had happened. He didn't even hear Yi Qian's gunshot before the Grim Reaper reaped his life. There's one more target, we need to change positions. V8, who was acting as an observer, immediately spoke after Yi Qian fired the first shot. He even began to move his body, preparing to quickly change positions. Everyone knew that as long as a sniper fired the first shot, it was equivalent to exposing their position. Even if the enemy didn't know where they were hiding, their bullets would still shoot blindly in the direction of the gunshot. However, Yi Qian didn't. There was another hidden Al-Qaeda member who was probably frightened. The stray bullets paused for at least 5 minutes and seconds. It was during this short 5 seconds that Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a strange light. She moved her sniper rifle slightly to the right. In that instant, the light in her eyes changed. It was also in that instant that she fired a second shot. V8 stared closely at Yi Qian, who didn't even need his reminder to fire a second shot. Fuck, this works too. The Pakistani government troops who were pinned down by stray bullets quickly realized that the Al-Qaeda members had encountered a sniper. They thought it was one of their own snipers. When they heard that the stray bullets had stopped, they cautiously fired a few shots in front of them. Then, they stood up from the corner of the wall and continued to advance. Until now, they still didn't know that the sniper wasn't sent by the government. Yi Jian, who had completed the sniping, did not feel any sense of victory. There was a dark color in her dark eyes, which was so tight that it sank into the depths of her pupils. She lowered her eyes, and even her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. She put away her sniper rifle and said to J5 with both hands on the barrel, "They haven't been through strict training. Whether they encountered a sniper or not, they probably can't tell. If they can finish it off with 2 shots, they'll finish it off in one place." Daring to gamble, V8 praised sincerely and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. "I'm impressed, Yi Qian." It was extremely rare for a special forces soldier to say that he was impressed. Yi Qian did not feel proud at all. V8 was not a sniper, so he found it unbelievable. He believed that if the snipers in the Snowfield Brigade saw this, they would at most say, "Not bad." But if Uncle Chen were here, he would only say, "You've made some progress." It wasn't courage, nor was it a gamble. It was confidence. He believed that he could snipe twice in a row, 1 target per shot. On the battlefield, especially as a sniper, the worst mistake one could make was to gamble. Gambling was something that was uncertain, and what a sniper needed was certainty, and accuracy. After all, V8 did not know Yi Qian very well. In his mind, he was more or less thinking that the young lady was not scared out of her wits when she first stepped onto the battlefield. Instead, she held her gun and fought against the veterans like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Even though he was in the assault position, he still had experience with sniper rifles after being in the military for so many years. He more or less knew how to shoot twice in a row without changing positions unless the position was very good and the target was clear. Only then would there be 2 or 3 shots. Just now, their position was average. The first shot would expose them, and the second shot would be equivalent to giving the opponent a chance to shoot. That was why he said Yi Qian was daring to gamble. Xia Jinyuan did not say anything at that time. After the 2 of them came down, he said calmly, it's not a gamble, it's a calculation. She shot very quickly, and the target did not have time to retaliate. Chapter 546. V8 felt that he had to think twice before speaking in the future, especially when speaking to Yi Qian. He had to think twice in front of Q King. Cover G3. Copilot, K7, suppress fire. Rear compartment, suppress the left and right. Yi Qian, bring up the rear. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan immediately arranged a battle plan to rush out. They were facing gunfire and had to be careful of artillery. However, there was a lot of firepower in the south, and the heavy weapons of the Al-Qaeda organization were all concentrated in the south. This meant that the chances of encountering rocket launchers would be lower, but it could not be ruled out. One rocket launcher was enough to blow the entire car up into the sky. It was better to be safe than sorry. They had to use firepower to suppress the enemy until they had no chance to attack. At 10:30 p.m., after solving the problem of stray bullets, the truck finally started and drove out of the smoke-filled battlefield. The lights were not turned on. After contacting the Pakistani government forces outside with a satellite phone, they got the location of the exit. The truck was driven almost at the speed of a race car by G3. Boom, boom, crack, crack. It was so bumpy that they rushed out of the exit. The Pakistani government forces nearby already knew that the truck driving out from the east was one of their own. Naturally, they would not shoot by mistake. However, with such a big guy driving out, more bullets would be fired at the truck. The Pakistani government forces were very generous. When the commander knew that the Chinese soldiers were coming out, he immediately sent troops to support them. Friendly reinforcements. That saves us a lot of trouble. V8, who was holding a satellite phone in his hand, cut off the communication. He immediately said, "Just rush out and suppress the firepower passing by. The Pakistani government forces will clear the surroundings." After a slight pause, he said, "We can't rely on others, especially our friendly forces. Brothers, we have to rely on ourselves." K7 was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. He and G3 did not fasten their seatbelts, nor did they close the door. Any experienced Special Forces soldier who drove out of the battlefield knew that the large size of the car itself was a target. Once there was heavy firepower, the first thing to do was jump out of the car. The door was not closed so that it was easier to jump out of the car. Rushing out was much harder than sneaking in. However, with a vehicle in hand, as long as the car didn't catch fire, the wheels didn't explode, and the driver didn't get shot, and with a little bit of luck, suppressing the enemy with firepower would greatly increase one's speed. The grenade in his hand was meant to be used when he was retreating. K7 saw about 5 or 6 men in long robes rushing towards him, so he threw a grenade at them. Amidst the screams of agony, the car was jolted to the point that it sent people flying. With a loud boom, the car passed through the smoke and flames. Yi Qian felt a warm breath on her back. Then Xia Jinyuan, who was on her right, lifted his leg and rubbed it against her back. A piece of clothing that had been ignited by the explosion landed on Yi Qian's back. Although jungle camouflage was fireproof and waterproof, a piece of cloth that was on fire would still set the camouflage uniform on fire. "Don't move." When the car rushed out of the flames of the grenade, Xia Jinyuan thought of turning sideways to check on Yi Qian. He had always been quick to react, so when he noticed the situation, he immediately used his leg to extinguish the flames. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Yi Qian only had a slight burn and was not seriously burned. The car bumped and turned. Along the way, Yi Qian didn't feel the G3 braking, so sometimes her whole body would be thrown to the left and then to the right. Her shoulders were even numb by the time she hit them. Chapter 547. Because the car was swaying left and right, the Al-Qaeda members who were shooting at the car lost their aim and could only watch as the car drove away. On the other hand, the Pakistani government forces were using all their firepower to suppress the people in the dark, so the G3 was able to drive the car so fast that Yi Qian wondered if the spring would break as it sped out of the village. When the car rushed into the area controlled by the government forces, the bullets finally ran out. Other than Q King, who still needed to rush out, everyone instantly relaxed their limbs. Xia Jinyuan turned over to Yi Qian, who had also relaxed her limbs, and used his helmet to gently touch hers. Go back and let the doctor check your back and see if there are any other injuries on your body. Because he was choking on the smoke, his originally low voice was deep and hoarse, as if he hadn't drunk water for a few days, so hoarse that it was dry. Yi Qian could only feel the smell of smoke and blood in her mouth. She gently closed her beautiful lips and let out a long sigh. It's not a big problem. Go back and treat it with alcohol and disinfect it. The car bumped again. J5's voice was lazy as he said, G3, you can drive more steadily. The government forces are covering the back. Even if there are stray bullets, they will be blocked by the human bulletproof armor. My stomach, I'm going to throw up last night's meal. As for the 5 people who needed to be secretly escorted back to China, they were not like the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Their heads were not protected by helmets, and they were not wearing high-performance camouflage uniforms. When they rushed through the grenade fire, one of the young men woke up from the pain. Xia Jinyuan secretly held Yi Qian's hand. Because there were 5 other Chinese in the car who needed to be secretly escorted back to China for interrogation, Xia Jinyuan said in English, just in case, this is a battlefield, and the firepower is not even medium. The only choice is to accept it. From her short answer, he could hear that she was a little emotional. Everything was fine before, so why did she suddenly become emotional? Hearing his words, Yi Qian suddenly took the initiative and held Xia Jinyuan's hands tightly. After a while, she said with difficulty. Captain Xia, the people I shot just now were 2 children. The 2 of them were probably young children who were about her age. She also spoke in English, which was like her mother tongue. Tonight, she spoke in a foreign language with great difficulty and difficulty. Yi Jian held his hand tightly. Her heart was trembling, and even her voice was trembling. Before the second shot, I heard a voice. It was a voice that was so young that it was still in the puberty stage. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching her calmly, Yi Qian. That's not a child. You're holding a gun to protect our country, but he's holding a gun to kill. Do you know how many innocent people die in the hands of these teenagers every year? A lot. The youngest one was just born. Listen, Yi Qian. As long as the enemy picks up a gun, as long as he fires the first bullet at us, there is no difference between children and adults in your eyes. There is only the enemy. They are the targets we need to get rid of. For the sake of the innocent people who need our protection, for the sake of peace in the future, these people are the cancer that we must get rid of as soldiers. Chapter 548. You have to be worthy of. The 2 of them held hands tightly. Xia Jinyuan wrapped her hands tightly with his and transmitted strength to her with his smoke-stained hands. You have to be worthy of the camouflage uniform you are wearing, worthy of the country's expectations of you, and worthy of the training that the army has given you. When Yi Qian found out that the target was the same age as her, she almost chose to give up. This was a normal mentality and a necessary psychological process. However, Yi Qian suppressed this thought and chose to shoot normally. At that time, she thought that if she chose to give up, then the bullet would very likely hit her comrade. It was this thought that made her pull the trigger. She did not waver at all, calmly and decisively pulling the trigger. Yi Qian, don't use your kindness in the wrong place, and don't use your pity on the wrong person. Do you know why the Major General wants you to participate in the battle? He believes in you. He believes that you can become an outstanding Special Forces soldier and that you can fight alongside us. This was a very bad mentality. He had to stop it tonight. He had to make her understand that once she put on the military uniform and picked up a gun, she was no longer alone. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed all this time, opened her eyes when she heard his angry reprimand. She turned her head to look at Xia Jinyuan. In the bright red light, she saw the coldness in his dark eyes, as well as the deep encouragement he was giving her. There was no anger or disappointment. Instead, he was encouraging her and enlightening her. The earpiece was not turned off, so everyone heard it clearly. They were all waiting for Yi Qian to speak. This kind of thing was not something that could be accepted just by listening to others. She had to understand and accept it herself before she could walk out of this hurdle. When facing obstacles on the battlefield, only she could help herself. Yi Qian did not answer immediately. She was taking deep breaths. She actually understood the general principles. Because she understood, she did not hesitate to shoot even though she knew that the target was a child, a person her age. She remembered that year when Xia Jinyuan appeared in the classroom in his military uniform. Zhang Bin, who was sitting beside her, whispered, "What a scary gaze. I bet he must have killed someone before." What did she say back then? Her answer was, even if he has killed someone, he is still a bad person. They were soldiers, and it was their duty to protect the country. The people who were killed were those who deserved more than death. It was really different from saying it aloud and personally experiencing it. However, one's beliefs could not be changed. Wearing a military uniform and holding a gun, one was a soldier. One was a soldier who protected the peace of the motherland. One was the nation's sword and the people's shield. She did not kill the innocent. Even if the other party was of the same age, he was the first to take a gun and shoot her comrade. They were the members of Al-Qaeda. Regardless of age, they could only differentiate between friend and foe. His undulating breathing gradually calmed down, and he exhaled a mouthful of foul air. He looked firmly at Xia Jinyuan, who was still staring at him. "I got it. Thank you, Q King." It was not Captain Xia or Xia Jinyuan, but his comrade with the code name Q King. "You don't have to thank me. I'm just reminding you. In the end, you can only be yourself." There was a faint smile in his deep and dark eyes. His lowered voice brought a warmth to Yi Qian's heart amid the rumbling sound of the truck. "Rest for a while. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep." The only thing they did not have to worry about in this operation was the ending. They would leave after the battle, and the Pakistani government would take care of the rest. Chapter 549. Sleep on your lap? The only thing the Chinese soldiers brought into the base from their own country during this operation was the camouflage uniform they were wearing. There was no longer any trace that could indicate that the Chinese soldiers were involved in this operation. It wasn't until midnight that Xia Jinyuan turned on his satellite phone and contacted the Major General in the hotel after the car drove out of Magla Mountain. After hanging up, Xia Jinyuan said to the G3 soldiers, "Everyone will take turns driving and resting for an hour before we head to the Pakistan military airport." Then he said to Yi Qian, "Rest your head on my lap and have a good sleep. We'll arrive in the city in 3 hours." Normally, it would only take 5 hours to get there by car, but they had to drive for nearly 12 hours. "All right, I'll rest then. I'll be on sentry duty in an hour while you guys sleep." Yi Qian did not refuse. Although the car had already driven out of the war zone, Pakistan itself was a dangerous country. If they drove in the middle of the night, they might encounter armed robbers. Even if they were leaving the war zone, a sentry post was a must. The T6 soldier smiled and said, "We'll arrive in 3 hours. We're all brothers this time, so you can keep resting." In the end, there were only 2 sentry posts left. One was for the K7 soldier in the front passenger seat, while the other was for the V8 soldier. After switching to the J5, the rest of the soldiers started to rest. Compared to Yi Qian, the Snowfield Brigade members who had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights needed more rest. After 2 nights of fighting, they were also starting to feel a little tired. Yi Qian rested his head on Xia Jinyuan's lap while Xia Jinyuan laid down in the car. With the bumpy ride of the car, both of them fell asleep in less than a minute. However, the 5 Chinese in the car were not being obedient. They were secretly thinking of ways to escape, but they were always discovered at the first opportunity. They were beaten up again and then knocked out so that they would not have to struggle in the car. Another man who was shot wanted to escape but was powerless. His entire palm was crippled by a bullet and his knee bone was shattered. He was the one who wanted to escape the most, but he was also the one who was the least capable of doing so. As a result, he did not get beaten up so badly that he was scared out of his wits. Yi Qian's back was burned, so she could only sleep on Xia Jinyuan's lap. She could vaguely hear V8 beating someone up, but she did not open her eyes and peacefully fell into a deep sleep. With them around, she didn't have to worry about not knowing if danger was coming. This was their trust in each other, just like how they believed in her sniping skills. When Yi Qian woke up, the J5 stopped to refuel. She had just moved her head when a pair of gentle hands gently pressed on her shoulders. Go to sleep. Good luck. Before they left, they had filled the tank with 20 liters of oil, just in case the car broke down halfway. When it was almost an hour's break, Yi Qian said softly, I'll drive. You sit in the front passenger seat. Change out of the J5 and K7. What do you think? Did you sleep well? Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes. The darkness of the night covered the blood vessels in his eyes, so Yi Qian could only hear his low and gentle voice. You sound quite energetic. The side of her face was still resting on his strong thighs. As he spoke, Yi Qian could feel the muscles on his thighs slightly tense. Could it be that his thighs were numb from being used as a pillow? She hurriedly sat up and put on the helmet that was tied to the sniper rifle. Are your legs numb? Let me massage them for you. His legs must be numb. After more than 10 hours of driving, a few hours of combat, and then an hour of not moving at all, he must be numb. Chapter 550. It was indeed a little numb, but he didn't expect her to massage it. He didn't even have the chance to stop her before she started massaging his thighs with her soft and slender hands. Bear with it, your muscles are tense. You have to relax. Yi Qian's hands alternated between rubbing and patting. Xia Jinyuan didn't think anything was wrong at first, but when her hands got closer to his thighs, he suddenly realized something and quickly reached out to grab her wrists. The car happened to drive into a deep pit, and at the same time, the car's front wheels came out of the pit. Xia Jinyuan just happened to grab Yi Qian. As the car was thrown up, his body and hands were naturally thrown up as well. He made a big mistake. Yi Qian's hands were pressed against his crotch, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Firstly, it hurt, and secondly, no girl had ever touched his crotch before. This was a big mistake. Although she had never had a boyfriend in her 2 lifetimes, but after all, she had been in medical school. How could she not know what she was pressing down on? Her face uncontrollably turned red. I'm sorry. Yi Qian knew how much strength she had used to press down on his crotch. The car was shaking so much that she had to put all her strength into her right hand, and then, just like that, she pressed down hard on his crotch. Yi Qian, whose ears were burning red, wanted to pull her hand back. Xia Jinyuan, who was listening to her soft apology, also wanted to move her hand away. However, the J5 driving the car didn't know that this was a difficult road. Even though they tried to avoid the potholes, the car was still bumping up and down. As soon as he raised his hand, the tragedy happened again. Yi Qian, whose face was so red that it was almost dripping blood, fell on top of him. At the same time, she used her shoulder to support her body weight. Her right hand, which she hadn't managed to pull back in time, only had a small amount of strength left. So, she awkwardly pressed it down again. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't suppress it at this moment, the part of his body that had been awake for an hour. She had never hoped that she would be the soft one at this moment, and not the hard one. Awkward. Awkward. Only awkwardness. Are you awake yet? This road is not easy to walk on, it's full of potholes. J5's voice broke the awkwardness between the two just in time. My head is on top of the car one moment, then on top of the car the next. I feel like I'm a few centimeters shorter. Yi Qian withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. This hand was the culprit, Xia Jinyuan, please don't mention this to her later. She would be so embarrassed that she would jump out of the car. You can slow down a bit and pass through slowly. The strange and painful feeling made Xia Jinyuan suppress it for a while before his voice returned to normal. This was the first time it really hurt. It felt like it was going to be crushed. The second time, the feeling was even more subtle. Originally, the pain was so painful that it was showing signs of softening, but the little fox didn't hurt or itch at all. Instead, it pressed down with just the right amount of strength, causing it to regain its vigor. J5 responded, and the car slowed down a lot. It was very dark all around. Yi Qian, who was sitting alone on the side, took a deep breath. Based on the professional knowledge she learned in medical school, Captain Xia's part was probably crushed by her. Crushed parts had to be treated. In medical school, she heard from the professor that some male students didn't go to the hospital for the sake of their pride. In the end, they developed some dysfunction that affected their male function. Chapter 551. I'll take care of your injuries later. You. It took a lot of courage to say what she wanted to say. Yi Qian pursed her lips and turned off the headset. She took a deep breath and spoke English faster and more fluently. You'd better let the doctor take a look at your lower body. I wasn't on guard just now and used a lot of strength. I could tell from the sound of your pain that I hurt you. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. She spoke quickly and anxiously. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and left her flushed face to Xia Jinyuan, who was actually still in a state of awkwardness. He could tease Yi Jian from time to time, and even kissed her gently on the cheek twice. However, he was really in love with her, but he did not care about etiquette. He always maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and did not have any improper intentions. She wasn't the only one who wasn't prepared. Even he didn't think too deeply about it. This time, it was purely an accident. He wanted to just let it go, but she went on a long tirade and sounded quite anxious. An unnatural expression appeared on his handsome face. After he calmed himself down, he said calmly, "Okay, I know. You don't have to worry about it. It won't be a big problem. Let the doctor take a look. Don't worry." Yi Qian was still worried that he wouldn't take a look, so she added, "You have to take care of your bruises as soon as possible. It can't be delayed." After a long silence, Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He chuckled softly and said, "Little fox, I was trying my best to avoid this awkward topic, but you brought it up again and again. I can't forget it even if I wanted to." Yi Qian. She was dumbfounded. Fortunately, it was still dark at night. Otherwise, Yi Qian felt that even the paint on her face couldn't hide her flushed face. Her behavior made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. She was a little fox who was as clear as water and had unfathomable power. Every time he saw her, he liked her even more. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Yi Jian with his dark eyes. She didn't forget to put on her helmet even in the dark night. Seeing her beautiful side profile, his eyes became darker and gentler. "Grow up quickly, little fox." T6 and the others were in front of the car and didn't notice what was going on here. The two of them had turned off their headphones, so their private awkwardness was covered up by the darkness of the night. Only the two of them knew about this. When the car reached a flat area, Yi Qian took over as the driver and Xia Jinyuan sat in the front passenger seat. How could one really sleep forever in the wild? While J5, K7, and V8 were resting, G3 and T6 didn't sleep anymore. One of them was on sentry duty, while the other was staring at the five guys who were gritting their teeth from the bumpy ride and making unsatisfied grunts. In the end, the T6 combatant bluntly knocked the five of them out. When he could no longer hear any grunts, he whispered to G3, "She's really good at everything. Isn't she just starting to show off? She's almost at the top of everything. Which unit did this young lady train in?" G3 had fought with Yi Jian a few times, so he should know more or less. The taciturn G3 looked around with his beast-like eyes. After glancing at the five people who had been knocked out at least 3 times, he said calmly, "It's a mystery. He didn't mention it, and we didn't ask either. It's indeed a mystery. This little girl should have been trained as a special forces soldier. If even the army knows about it, it looks like she has the support of the army." T6 narrowed his eyes and casually changed the topic. The first thing we should do when we get back is take a shower. We won't do this again in the future. Let's sleep first before we talk about this. Chapter 552. With a female soldier with a sharp nose by their side, they had to pay attention to their image. G3 agreed with this statement. In the future, they would have to shower after training. As long as there were no accidents, Yi Qian would have no problem entering the Snowfield Brigade after graduating from the military academy. The Snowfield Brigade was not a special forces unit that could be exposed to the whole army. The top 10 special forces in China were a unit that could get close to the lives of ordinary people. And even if they got close to the lives of ordinary people, they would not be special forces soldiers, but ordinary colonels. However, Yi Qian had received the Major General's approval to let her join the operation. This undoubtedly sent a signal that Yi Qian was very likely to join their unit. She still doesn't know who we are. Don't think too much about it now, G3 added. T6 nodded in understanding. What he meant was that Yi Qian was still in the process of being assessed. Whether she could join or not depended on whether she passed or not. Yi Jian, who was driving, did not know that she had been spotted by a special force that was so incognito that it could not be found in the entire military establishment. She, who was driving seriously, finally forgot about the embarrassing incident just now and stopped thinking about it. Similarly, Xia Jinyuan did not mention it again. It would be awkward for both of them to talk about such things. It was fine to let it become a tacit little secret between the two of them. There was no need to be too explicit. Thinking about it once in a while, it felt good. After the car entered the city, they changed into the Urdu-speaking V8 and T6. The group of people drove directly to the military airport in Pakistan. The fact that one of the 5 people had been shot had already been reported to the higher-ups and the Major General of the army. When the car drove into the military airport, the first thing that was done was to inject all 5 people with special injections that would allow them to sleep for more than 10 hours. As for the Chinese person who was shot, it was not something that the Snowfield Brigade members handled. After sending him to the helicopter, they immediately took off and rushed to the China-Pakistan border to hand the 5 people over to the Linchuan military district. After that, the Pakistani government changed the team members into a nanny van. It was no longer a truck with bullet holes all around. Instead, it was a military jeep that was filled with fuel and looked very good. When the car drove back to the hotel in China, it was already 5 in the morning. After the car drove into the basement, they took off their helmets and clamped them under their armpits and got out of the car one by one. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to organize the team. There were many steps, including standing at attention and taking attendance. Yi Jian stood at the end of the line. She announced her name in a clear voice during the roll call, which instantly lightened the originally serious atmosphere. Q King, when we go, we can call each other, eh? The group was actually very tired. Although they were smiling, their eyes were bloodshot. However, their eyes were all bright. If there was a mission for them to carry out, they would definitely rush to the battlefield without hesitation. The first night was still okay. At least the information was known to the Snowfield Brigade members. Tonight was full of danger. No one was accurate. Even with an M16, they did not have enough bullets. In the end, they could only pick up guns to fight. Everyone's jungle camouflage was no longer as clean and tidy as it was before they set off. There was smoke and blood everywhere, staining the camouflage all over their bodies. The paint on their faces had faded, and the smoke remained on their faces. This was the Special Forces soldiers who had walked out of the fire of war. Even if they could die at any time, they still held on to their original beliefs. Chapter 553. Yi Qian, leave the camouflage uniform to me. We'll get rid of it, Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly, then said to Yi Qian, don't leave anything with blood in the room. The camouflage uniform with blood stains shouldn't be left in her room. She definitely couldn't bring it back to China, so she had to get rid of it in the hotel. This battle was mainly a gunfight, so there wasn't much blood on her body. After entering the elevator, a few large hands were placed on top of a slender girl's hand. Yi Qian looked at the large hands with dark red patches on them. Her hands were also stained with the enemy's blood. She was the same as them, a group of soldiers who fought on the front lines. As they smiled, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled as well. Overlapping hands, releasing hands, celebrating the safe return of everyone. The leader and major general of the army didn't immediately ask them to report the situation. Earlier, when Xia Jinyuan was still reporting the situation in Magla Mountain, they told them to come back and take a good shower to relieve their fatigue before reporting the situation. Yi Qian looked at everyone's reflection in the elevator mirror. She looked at her own camouflage uniform, then looked at the sniper rifle on her back. Her hand couldn't help but gently touch the barrel of the rifle. She didn't even have enough time to touch the rifle before coming back. What a pity. Her small movements didn't escape the eyes of the Snowfield Brigade members. When they saw her small face full of paint, they quickly looked at each other, then simultaneously looked at Xia Jinyuan. "Comrade, your little fox is a little reluctant to return the rifle. Hurry up and comfort her." Xia Jinyuan lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi Qian, who was reluctant to part with the rifle, and said in a low voice, "The rifle belongs to the Pakistani government. According to the rules, we have to hand it over. When we return to China, I'll take you to the army to get the rifle. I'm still thinking that I've been memorizing for more than 10 hours and only fired 2 bullets, but I'm still able to fight my way out." Yi Jian raised her head and looked at him with bright eyes. Every word she said was filled with determination. "I've already walked out of this hurdle." 2 bullets opened up a bloody path for his comrade's safe return. Even if his hands were stained red with blood, he had no regrets. Xia Jinyuan and the others laughed. They said, "Our lives, and your life, we are one life. Little A, we are a team that will fight for our comrades to come back alive. Because we are comrades that will fight together until victory." Comradeship was a relationship of life and death established through blood and fire, and it was even closer than blood brothers. It was a friendship of absolute sincerity, a friendship of life and death. There was no utilitarianism in it, nor was there any prejudice of the secular world. Similarly, on the battlefield, comradeship was the sustenance of life. Putting aside life and death, leaving safety to your comrades and danger to yourself, clearing everything with bullets and returning safely side by side. Just now, when she folded her hands to celebrate her safe return, Yi Jian's heart was lifted in an instant. The helmet and gun were first handed over to Xia Jinyuan. She went back to her room and took a hot bath that soothed all her pores. Then, she washed the smoke from the gunpowder off her body until only the fragrance of soap remained. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Yi Qian looked at herself in the mirror until even her hair was clean. Then, she put on her clothes and walked out. There were small wounds on her face from the thorny vines, and the burn on her back was a little more serious. When she was bathing just now, the water still stung a little. Everything else was fine, except for some minor injuries. Yi Qian, who took 8 minutes to come out, heard a knock on the door. It was Xia Jinyuan, who had finished cleaning up, coming over to take away her bloody camouflage uniform. When she opened the door, Yi Qian was a little dumbfounded. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, while he was wearing a military uniform. His handsome face exuded the majesty of a soldier. His posture was tall and straight, like a mountain, while she had to change her clothes. Chapter 554. Professional soldiers were different after all. As long as the leader met them, they would change out of their training uniform and be in full military uniform. Looking at Xia Jinyuan standing in front of him, Yi Qian's pupils constricted slightly. Xia Jinyuan's expression was solemn and cold. His handsome face was calm and reserved, exuding the majestic aura of a soldier. His collar and epaulets were golden and dazzling, like golden swords, exuding a biting coldness that made people not dare to look at him. It was probably because he had just gotten off the battlefield. His body was still wet. When he lowered his head and looked over, there was a hint of coldness in his clear eyes. Even the murderous aura that he had always concealed was exposed. Yi Qian, who had been through life and death, looked up slightly. Facing the murderous aura that made people involuntarily fearful, he said calmly, "Sorry, it's a little rude of me to go like this. I'll change my clothes." Wearing the school uniform was better than wearing a fitness t-shirt with short sleeves. "That's good, you don't have to change. You don't have to report. Come with us to the doctor to treat your wound." Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. The murderous aura that was faintly exuding from his body disappeared in an instant, leaving only a reserved and noble aura. Like a pine tree facing the abyss, proud and unyielding. Yi Qian laughed. "That's right, I can't be too formal." Reporting such things was left to Captain Xia and the other 6 professional soldiers. She just needed to rest after completing the mission. "You're aware that you're good at slacking off. You don't have to do it this time because you need to treat the wound on your back." Xia Jinyuan sneered. At this moment, Little Fox looked harmless. Her hair was wet, and her flower-like face was pale and crimson. She looked even more delicate and beautiful, like a hibiscus flower blooming in the morning dew. Flowers were easy to break, but Little Fox was definitely not an ordinary flower. Her face was like a flower, but her posture was like a spear, indomitable and unyielding. There were some small scars on her face. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his gaze narrowed. Although the scars were thin and shallow, they were flawless. He raised his hand and gently stroked the small wound on her chin. He said in a low voice, "You're going to be disfigured. Will Uncle Chen kill me when we go back?" Speaking of injuries. Yi Qian's bright eyes flashed with a hint of unnaturalness. He would probably go and have a look at his own injuries. He hurriedly said, "How is that possible? I usually train with Uncle Chen, and my body is also injured. Where is the infirmary? What about the others? It's already over? Let's treat your wounds first, then we'll go see the leader. Little Fox did well tonight, she'll be recorded in the file again." The other 6 had already gone to the infirmary to treat some minor injuries on their bodies. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, whose expression was a little unnatural. With a meaningful smile on his handsome face, he took her to the infirmary as well. He bet that she was thinking about the embarrassing incident in the car just now. Sigh, when faced with her, why did his originally healthy mentality give birth to a little darkness? This unintentional incident was definitely the most intimate contact his little fox had with a member of the opposite sex. He received her first time, and his mood was so happy that he even hummed a military song when he was taking a shower, and it was even a military love song. Yi Qian could not have guessed Major Xia's joy at this moment. Her ears were slightly burning. She tried her best to maintain a calm expression on her face and followed him into the infirmary. When he asked about her injuries later, she definitely could not stay in the infirmary. She definitely could not listen to a topic that would make her feel so awkward that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Murphy's theorem: the more you are afraid of something, the more likely it will happen. Chapter 555. The leader went abroad for a secret visit. The medical staff around him was K7, but in reality, there were 2 professional medical staff accompanying him. They arrived in Pakistan 2 days in advance and did not go out. They were all on standby in the hotel. The infirmary was also in the hotel. Although it was small, it was enough to perform a small surgery. Someone was talking inside, and she could vaguely hear an unfamiliar voice saying, "What's going on? Did you guys get into a fight? Are you still soldiers? You guys went abroad to fight? Aren't you ashamed?" It was an unfamiliar voice and unfamiliar people. In the face of misunderstandings, she could only accept it calmly and not explain herself. "I don't feel good about it." Yi Qian stopped in his tracks and looked deeply at Xia Jinyuan, who was calm even in the face of misunderstandings. He said softly, "We don't need everyone to understand. We just need to know that what we do is right, right?" Xia Jinyuan chuckled. Seeing that she was no longer walking forward, as if she was deliberately avoiding him, he leaned forward slightly and his handsome face came closer to her. His sexy thin lips curved up slightly. "That's why I said, little fox, you have a high level of awareness and a strong psychological endurance. In the face of misunderstandings, the only thing we can do is to remain silent. Of course, we can't rule out the occasional use of violence. Looking at her bright eyes, Yi Qian's low voice gradually became deeper and gentler. There were too many complications that he could not understand. Little fox, in the future, you might become someone like us. In front of the people you protect, you can't explain yourself. You can only listen and not say a word. Under this military uniform, there are both glory and bitterness. It depends on which one you choose. Fighting for glory is fighting for the country. If you choose bitterness, in the end, you will give up this military uniform and return to the path that everyone else has taken. He hoped that in the future, she would be able to face all misunderstandings calmly and not care too much about what others thought. She had to maintain her own principles and never waver. In his previous life, when Yi Qian learned to take good care of himself, he understood that he should never care about what others thought of him. He understood that the only person who could give him happiness was himself. The path you've walked, the people you've met, the words you've heard, and the things you've endured, even if they've hurt you, will eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. You'll grow, learn to be calm, and learn to be fearless. This was life, a mere 30,000 days of life. I'm actually someone who doesn't really care about how others look at me, but I feel a little sad when I hear such a misunderstanding. Yi Qian felt sorry for them when they risked their lives just to be misunderstood by others. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with his deep eyes and said in a low voice, "Is your heart aching?" Yi Qian nodded and sighed softly. "Yes, my heart does ache a little." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's handsome features instantly revealed a profound smile. "Silly girl, this kind of thing doesn't happen often. We'll deal with the minor injuries ourselves. The more serious ones will be treated by the military hospital, and the more serious ones will be sent directly to the military hospital in the capital. Let's go. They should be almost done cleaning up. We can go in now." He unbuckled his belt and let Little Fox, a girl, stand by the side. Those guys would probably spend half a day showing off their bodies. It would save them a lot of trouble if they went in later. When Yi Qian went in, G3 and the others had just finished cleaning up their wounds and were all getting ready. T6 said, "They're all minor injuries. They'll be fine after they go back and get the inflammation treated. There's no need to take any medicine." Chapter 556. The T6 combatant did not even know when the camouflage wound had appeared on his leg. It was only when he took off his camouflage uniform and took a shower that he realized there was a scratched wound on his calf bone. The doctor held a sterile cotton ball in his hand and cleaned out some fine black particles from the wound on the T6 combatant's calf. He was afraid that the doctor would prescribe medicine for him, so he spoke first. The doctor glared at him and said angrily, "Are you a doctor? Or am I a doctor?" "You're a doctor, you're a doctor. I'm just saving you trouble." The T6 combatant was also a talkative person. Seeing this, he kept his mouth shut but did not take the wound to heart. Indeed, these minor injuries did not require any medicine or injections. Who knew how many times they had gotten them in the past month? The doctor was not a soldier. He was just a doctor with strong comprehensive skills. When he heard that, he carefully handled the wound and said unhappily, "I'm a doctor. Now that you're injured, I'll take care of it. This isn't saving us any trouble. If you want to save us trouble, you have to first not get injured." He might have just said it casually, but it sounded like something was wrong. When the T6 combatant's face darkened, Yi Qian also pursed his lips tightly. Why was this accompanying doctor so bad with his words? The atmosphere had changed, but the doctor did not notice it. He continued, "Of course a young man in his 20s has a good physique. It's not painful now, but when it hurts, he'll know to look for a doctor. Don't keep pushing yourself. Even if you push yourself, there has to be a limit. Young people like to take advantage of their youth and be a little reckless with their bodies." These young men were all full of energy when they went out. The injuries on their bodies were all medals of past glory. Although they had recovered, how could they be careless? If the old injuries were not treated properly and new injuries were added, it would hurt a lot. The doctor's attitude was a little arrogant, and his tone was not very good either. He was implying that the T6 combatant was talking too much and doubting his medical skills. The T6 combatant laughed. His gaze flickered, and he looked like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He sat down loosely and smirked before saying calmly, "If we don't work hard now, we won't be able to put it back together when we're old. We won't even have the strength to hold it up. People who walk different paths can't work together. Doctor, our path is different from yours. Even a small wound takes half a day to treat. Who knows how many bullets are coming our way? A civil official would never know the hardships of a military official. A person with a pen would never know how hard a person with a gun had to fight. He had to use his own blood to open a path so that his comrades behind him could walk through it safely. A small wound on his leg was nothing. A 5.8 millimeters bullet could directly shatter his heart into more than 10 pieces and blow his head out of his head. It was not appropriate for him to say such bloody words to the doctor, so he just politely said, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." That was a pretty good attitude of a T6. The other doctor was slightly older and was nearly 10 years older than the doctor who treated the T6 patient's wound. When he heard that, he looked at the 6 majors who were like fiends before looking at the young lady standing at the outermost edge of the group. He waved his hand and said, "Young lady, your back is injured, so go and lie down on the bed first. Little Wang, go and take a look at her. As for the rest of you, wait outside after you're done with your treatment." Although the T6 combatant's words were polite, he did not show them much mercy. The older doctor was afraid of making things worse, so he could only send the fiends away first. There were no bullets on their bodies, but they were all abrasions, scratches, and abrasions. They could leave after they were cleaned and disinfected. Yi Qian, who had a slightly cold expression, looked at the doctor who had just made sarcastic remarks about a fight. He pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "Doctor, they didn't get injured from a fight. They got injured while trying to save me." Chapter 557. She couldn't accept it. If the misunderstanding happened to her, she would just bear with it. However, she couldn't bear to hear the doctor misunderstand the soldiers who risked their lives to fight at the front line. "If it weren't for them, I might have gone to heaven tonight. Doctor, I'm the one who wants to save you trouble." The younger doctor, who was the Dr. Wang that the older doctor mentioned, raised his head and looked at the soldiers with 2 bars and 1 star. He felt a little scared. He coughed lightly and said unnaturally, "I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood." At least he apologized. Yi Qian winked playfully at his comrades who all had cold expressions on their faces. Her bright black eyes rippled slightly, making K7 purse his lips and reveal a faint smile that lasted only for a second. Xia Jinyuan patted J5's shoulder lightly and said in a low voice, "You're the instructor. Take them out. People who walk different paths cannot work together. They're doctors and we're soldiers. One is at the front line and the other is at the rear. Don't expect others to understand us. It's fine as long as we understand it in our hearts. It's okay. We can accept it." J5 smiled and said to Yi Qian, "We'll go over first. We'll come over with him later." They didn't need others to understand them. As long as they understood each other and had a comrade who stood up for them to seek justice, misunderstandings were nothing. It was 5:00 in the morning and the sky was already slightly bright. Yi Qian looked at the members of the Snowfield Brigade who walked past her. Only then did she realize that all 6 of them had the same military rank, 2 bars and 1 star. Even the military ranks in the same unit were the same. As far as she knew, the special forces also had different ranks. Why was Captain Xia's unit different? There were only 2 accompanying doctors, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian in the room. Dr. Wang checked the wound on Yi Qian's waist. "There's a small burn on your back. Just apply some burn ointment and it'll be fine. However, the wound on your arm is a little inflamed and suppurated. It needs to be cleaned again." Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting behind the blue partition, was unbuckling his belt. Hearing this, his heart tightened. Suppuration meant infection. Fortunately, the pus isn't big. I used a spatula to prick it open and rinsed it with normal saline. You just have to be careful for the next few days. The other party was a young lady. The younger doctor's tone was rather gentle. He removed the pustules and rinsed them. Inside, Xia Jinyuan explained his situation in a low voice. He did not feel embarrassed, but because Yi Qian was only a screen away from him, he lowered his voice to prevent her from feeling awkward. Do you feel any pain? The doctor understood and lowered his voice when he asked, but he couldn't control his voice so that Yi Qian couldn't hear him. Have you tried? When Yi Qian, who was cleaning the pus on his arm, heard this, he glanced at the cotton balls. He used his hand that could move to grab the cotton balls and stuffed them into his ears. When Dr. Wang saw this small action, he couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to avoid it. There's no need to have such a big reaction. These basic human structures are already taught in middle school biology. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't stuff the cotton balls too deep into your ears. You might need tweezers to take them out. Xia Jinyuan, who was inside, heard everything clearly. He even stuffed cotton balls into his ears. His face was probably as red as an apple from embarrassment. Chapter 558. There was a deep smile on his handsome face, and his sexy lips couldn't help but curl up. He sat up on the bed under the doctor's instructions and put on the military pants that he had taken off during the checkup. He tucked his light-colored military shirt back into the pants and fastened his belt, outlining his sexy and lean waist. After tying his bow tie, he picked up the military jacket that was neatly folded beside the bed and put it on. He said politely to the doctor, "Thank you, doctor." "You're welcome. There's no erectile dysfunction, just some congestion in the corpus cavernosum. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. You'll recover in about 3 days. Don't engage in marital activities in the meantime to avoid aggravating the injury." The doctor's voice was not as low as it was when he asked the question just now. Instead, he used the usual voice to remind the patient to be careful. Yi Jian, whose ears were stuffed with cotton, heard it clearly. Yi Qian, whose face was burning, just wanted to leave the infirmary that made it difficult for her to breathe. Doctors didn't have to avoid it, but she wasn't a patient or a doctor. She just wanted to avoid it. Xia Jinyuan's hand paused in the middle of arranging his collar. There was no change in his handsome face as he said calmly, "Thank you for the reminder, I'll be careful." Marital activities. He hadn't experienced marital activities before, so this problem didn't exist. He walked out of the blue partition, and his light footsteps alerted Yi Qian, who was already bandaging her wound. She looked up in shock at the man who was putting on his military cap. She looked at the handsome face under the cap, and her gaze stayed on him for at least 3 seconds. No erectile dysfunction. Could it be that just now? Her brain was burning and bubbling, but she could still remember some of the doctor's words. Try to get up with your hand. Do you feel any pain? It's okay, it's not a big problem. Pay more attention during training to avoid a second injury. Don't engage in marital activities during this period. It was like a spell that spun and popped up in her head, making her feel uneasy. She wanted to find a hole to hide in and calm down before coming out. Xia Jinyuan saw her staring at him in a daze. Her eyes were not exactly confused, but at least he could tell that she had something on her mind. It was just that her eyes were a little unfocused. Will her injury leave a scar? He also sat on the bed, his slender body leaning over slightly. As he asked, his eyes were fixed on Yi Jian's bandaged arm. He asked in a deep voice, "After all, you're a girl. The wound will be exposed as long as you wear a short-sleeved shirt. What if it leaves a scar? Is there any medicine that can fade it?" Dr. Wang took off his white cap and gloves, applied some alcohol, and turned on the tap to wash his hands. As he washed, he answered, "There will be a scar at the pustules, but for an injury like hers, it's easy to leave a scar. After she recovers, she can apply some ointment to lighten the scar." Xia Jinyuan memorized each of his words in his heart. After saying, "Thank you," he looked at Yi Qian and realized that her hibiscus face had become even redder than before. Her skin was originally as delicate as white glaze, but now it was redder than a flower. Little girls are thin-skinned. Your face is so red that it's dripping blood, Dr. Wang joked. He took out a small bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to Xia Jinyuan. After you shower, apply it until the scab comes off. Chapter 559. Beside her, the tip of her nose was filled with his scent. The faint minty scent could not hide his strong masculine scent. Thinking about how she had pressed his chest twice, Yi Qian could feel her heart trembling non-stop. Even her breathing became soft, for fear of disturbing him. As for the look in his eyes, Yi Qian knew that she did not dare to look at him at all. We can go now. The leader is still waiting for us. She was so unnatural, as pure as a piece of white paper, leaving only his color. Xia Jinyuan had a meaningful smile in his eyes. He patted her shoulder and said, after the meeting, there will be a 2-hour break. Today, you still need to interact with Miss Petty and her classmates. Yi Qian froze when he patted her. She quickly stood up and looked at his back. She secretly adjusted her breathing before following him. Qin Xiu was holding a document and translating it to the leader. The reclamation equipment will be provided by China, a total of. This was a reclamation project contract between China and Pakistan. Once the contract was signed, the Ministry of Commerce of China would come forward to negotiate until the leaders of China and Pakistan signed the contract. The reclamation project was undoubtedly beneficial to China. It seemed that China had lost money by providing the equipment and funds, but in the long run, China had the legal right to use the land for 30 years. Moreover, China also legally owned the resources in the sea. Once the reclamation was successful, China's warships would have a safe and reliable harbor. At the same time, it would promote trade between China and Pakistan, achieving a win-win situation. As the leader listened, he occasionally nodded slightly and pointed out some clauses that were not beneficial to China. Near the sea, how far is near? It has to be clear. It has to be digitized and specific. As long as the leader pointed out a point, Qin Xiu would immediately note it on the contract. He would not miss a single word. Everyone's sleep time was limited. Although the interview was scheduled to last 7 days, the Chinese knew that the sooner it ended, the better. A secret interview was not a fixed time, unlike a public interview where the itinerary was fixed. This afternoon, Xiao Yi will be visiting Miss Petty's school. Later, tell her to rest in the hotel in the morning. She doesn't need to accompany me. The leaders made some adjustments to Yi Qian's arrangements. Originally, Yi Qian was supposed to go to a school for an exchange yesterday, but because of what happened the night before, the Pakistani government cancelled the trip and suggested that Yi Qian and Miss Petty be hospitalized together for observation. The Chinese side refused and secretly arranged for Yi Qian to go on a mission with the special forces. He had to rest this morning. After all, he was a student, not a real soldier. Qin Xiu put the contract back into the folder and handed it to the staff member who handed it over. He was neither servile nor overbearing as he asked, according to the plan, the visit will end tomorrow. Do you want to prepare to return home early? I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. We'll be back tomorrow night. There's no need to stay any longer. The leader looked at the time. It was already 6 in the morning. Go and check on the Major General. I have a few questions for him. He was referring to the members of the Snowfield Brigade. When Qin Xiu came over, the Major General had just finished his conversation with Yi Qian. After staying in the leader's room for another 10 minutes, Yi Qian returned to his room. She had the entire morning to rest, which meant that she did not have to meet with Xia Jinyuan for the entire morning. Yi Qian, whose face was covered in the blanket, let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her tense face. Finally, she did not have to face Captain Xia for the time being. Chapter 560. Just as Yi Qian made an awkward sound under the blanket, he heard a knock on the door. His scalp tightened, and he held his breath for a while. He didn't get up immediately, but listened to the movement outside. Yi Qian, I'm Qin Xiu. Standing outside the door, Qin Xiu, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, said politely, "You need to go to school this afternoon. The higher-ups asked me to bring you a set of clothes." So it was Qin Xiu. Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh at his own nervous behavior. He patted his face and calmed himself down before opening the door. Qin Xiu's gaze fell on her arm. The white bandage was quite eye-catching. Then he looked at her face. Because of her fair skin, the faint dark circles under her eyes were particularly obvious. She was indeed tired. Qin Xiu, who was about to come in, stood at the door and smiled. "This is for you. It's already dry-cleaned and ironed." Just now, the higher-ups called the Foreign Affairs Department and criticized the relevant staff for their lack of consideration. Everyone has at least 2 sets of formal wear, but they only prepared 1 set for you. This is a work mistake. Yi Qian didn't expect that the higher-ups would worry about his school uniform. He explained with a straight face, "1 set is enough. I don't need to wear the school uniform every day. There's no need to change it every day. 1 set is more than enough. You don't have to explain anything. This is indeed a work mistake. Under normal circumstances, 1 set of clothes is fine. But now that we're on an overseas visit, there are too many uncertainties. Preparing an extra set is a responsibility to your work." Qin Xiu had a good grasp of his tone and rhythm when he spoke. When he smiled, his voice was gentle, like the wind blowing through willows. When he talked about work, his tone dropped a little. Although he was still smiling, there was an invisible pressure that made people feel cold. He was a qualified foreign affairs staff member, and also an impeccably qualified translator. As the official translator of several national leaders, his redeeming qualities were incomparable to ordinary translators. He wouldn't explain too much about work to Yi Qian. Everyone had their own duties, and everything had its own correct process. In order to achieve one's position, one had to take care of every aspect of one's work. Not preparing an extra set of clothes sounded like a small matter, but there were no small matters in foreign affairs. A mistake was a mistake. He wouldn't explain too much to Yi Qian. He only reminded her that since the higher-ups were involved, it wasn't something she could interfere with. She had to understand that she didn't have the right to explain the staff members' mistakes. Yi Qian immediately, "Okay, I understand." Anne. She weighed the paper bag in her hand, and smiled, "Thank you for bringing my school uniform." "You're welcome. Also, I just asked the hotel to prepare breakfast for you. The guards will send it over in 5 minutes." Qin Xiu saw that she understood what he meant and laughed in his heart. This girl was indeed a rare talent. His uncle was full of praise for her, and so were the higher-ups and the major general. It was obvious that she would become a great person in the future. Raising his hand, the sleeves of his black suit moved up slightly with his movement, revealing a white shirt cuff that was as white as new. Even the buttons were exceptionally exquisite. An expensive watch with a silver metallic luster was also revealed. Chapter 561. He glanced at his watch, then looked up at Yi Qian with a smile. "You don't have 5 minutes left. The dining car should be in the elevator by now. You can sleep after lunch. You'll feel full of energy when you wake up at noon. Also, the leader will be having lunch with Pakistan's Minister of Defense. After lunch at the hotel, a guard will come to pick you up." Seeing that Yi Qian was listening attentively and obediently, he pointed at the paper bag containing the school uniform. "There's a Walkman and a cassette tape inside. The first song you listen to is a famous Pakistani nursery rhyme. It's easy to learn, and it might come in handy this afternoon." Even this was carefully arranged. Yi Qian couldn't help but look at Qin Xiu. Was his sense of direction really that bad? He couldn't tell. Qin Xiu left quickly. His back was long and slender, and he walked out of Yi Jian's line of sight calmly. The dining car followed him. It was as if he deliberately didn't want to disturb her breakfast. As soon as the dining car arrived, he left. After breakfast, Yi Qian slept until midnight. When he opened his eyes, all the energy he had expended over the past few days had returned, and he was full of energy. The guard in charge of delivering lunch to Yi Qian punctually delivered it at 12 o'clock. After lunch, he waited in the room for the guard to arrive. At 1:30 in the afternoon, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Just by listening to the sound, Yi Qian could guess who the guard was. Other than that dangerous man, who else could it be? 2 minutes, Yi Qian. Outside the door, Xia Jinyuan reminded him in a low and polite voice. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he waited for the little fox who avoided him like a snake to come out. Originally, he wanted to give her some time to calm down. After all, he was also embarrassed by the incident, but he didn't expect the leader to directly ask him to come and pick her up. He couldn't refuse because of personal matters. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was an adult man. How could he keep thinking about such a small matter? There was no taboo when it came to medical treatment. It was a matter of life and death that had to be explained in detail. Unexpectedly, the doctor's voice was a little loud. Even if the two of them wanted to pretend that they didn't hear it, they couldn't. At this moment, he had to be more serious. He couldn't let her continue to feel awkward. Therefore, he slightly tightened his voice and revealed a bit of coldness to let her understand that he was here for business. Yi Qian knew it was him. Although his breathing quickened, when he opened the door, Shuyan's expression was indifferent, and the corners of her eyes were calm and cool. You don't need 2 minutes. You can leave now. Very good. She didn't notice anything unusual. Xia Jinyuan glanced at her indifferently. When he turned around, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Miss Petty's school is in the wealthy district. The security there will be much safer than the slums. The decision was made suddenly and we didn't tell the school in advance to prepare anything. This was to prevent someone from using this matter to do something that would be detrimental to the visit. The leader won't go to school. He'll be accompanied by a diplomat. I'll be in charge of security. I'll ensure your safety during the 2-hour exchange. The car was parked in the basement. The driver was a motorist sent by Zhang Nanhai. Xia Jinyuan opened the car door for Yi Qian to get in first. Then he bent over and elegantly got into the car. Both of them sat in the back seat. Yi Jian, who thought that he would sit in front of her, saw this and her body tensed up slightly. Her breathing became sluggish as he closed the door. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyelids drooped. Chapter 562. Even the glass was bulletproof. After the car started, Xia Jinyuan reminded the driver to drive faster. He turned to Yi Jian, who was listening carefully, and said, after this afternoon's cultural exchange, we will go back home at 6 o'clock. You're going back today? Isn't that 3 days earlier than expected? Yi Qian pursed his lips and whispered, did something happen that requires you to go back early? Pakistan was indeed a dangerous place. Al-Qaeda and terrorists would appear at any time. It was good to go back early. Xia Jinyuan noticed that her tense body gradually relaxed as they talked. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Everything went well. That's why I was able to return home in advance. You can go back to the province tomorrow. What about the military training? Do you still need to go? It's okay if you don't go. You can rest in school for 2 days. The little fox had a strong ability to control her emotions. Although he liked to see her shy face, he hoped that she would be able to control her emotions well. Go back and participate in the military training. It's boring to stay in school alone. Yi Qian didn't think much and decided to go back and participate in the military training. After all, she had already gone back. There was no reason for her not to go back. She felt guilty for hiding the truth from her homeroom teacher, Miss Tong, who was very concerned about her. Xia Jinyuan nodded. That was fine too. She didn't have as much freedom in the province as she did in the town. There were many people in school and she couldn't stay in the dormitory all day. Participating in the military training would be more relaxing and free. There was a trace of guilt on her face just now. This trace of guilt was probably because of her homeroom teacher. Uncle Chen lived in the military area. Other than not being able to leave the military area, he could walk around freely in the military area. Therefore, her guilt was towards her homeroom teacher and classmates who cared about her. Little Fox had always been very soft-hearted towards people who were good to her. Yi Qian arrived at Miss Petty's school at 2:20 p.m. Although he didn't notify the school, they were notified before 10 a.m. The school immediately started to monitor the school. The car drove directly to the school. Miss Petty, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, saw Yi Qian get out of the car. She went up to Yi Qian and gave him a gentle hug. "Thank you, Jane. Thank you for protecting her the night before. Thank you for saving the children in the orphanage. Thank you for preventing the situation from worsening and for saving her father from being criticized by the public. We are friends. Friends don't need to thank each other." Yi Qian gently patted her on the back. "Miss Petty, we're both lucky to be able to return safely and live under the sun." The diplomatic staff accompanying them was Qin Xiu. Every word that Yi Qian said was translated by him to the Pakistani teachers and students. They first toured the campus, then returned to the classroom to greet Miss Petty's students. When they talked about the cultures of the two countries, Yi Qian knew about the Pakistani culture in advance, so every word he said would receive enthusiastic applause from the Pakistani teachers and students. The atmosphere of the exchange was warm and harmonious. Yi Qian calmly answered the students' questions. One of the students asked Yi Qian if he was worried that the Chinese culture would be affected by foreign culture and disappear. For example, when she went to China last year, it happened to be Christmas. She sharply pointed out that the Spring Festival was a traditional Chinese festival, and Christmas was just a foreign festival. However, she saw that everyone was happy for the arrival of Christmas, and the Spring Festival was cold and cheerless. Chapter 563. Xia Jinyuan and Qin Xiu both looked up and stared deeply at Yi Qian. The student who asked the question almost said in Chinese, "You worship foreign things." How would she answer? How would she refute the other party until they were speechless? The accompanying Pakistani staff also realized that such a question was too sharp. Just as they were about to ask the next student, Yi Qian suddenly said in Urdu, "It's okay." Her sudden sentence in Urdu made Xia Jinyuan's lips curl up slightly. Little Fox was indeed a little fox. With her intelligence, she would definitely be able to answer such a sharp question calmly. Although she could answer it, since the Pakistani student had thrown a brick to attract jade, there might be even sharper questions coming up. However, Xia Jinyuan felt that there was no need to waste time, so he said to Qin Xiu, "We need to control the time of the questions. We need to leave the school before 4:30 p.m. It's already 4 o'clock p.m. His thoughts coincided with Qin Xiu's. Qin Xiu nodded and said in a low voice, "This is the last question. I'll talk to the teacher later." Miss Petty is also communicating with the staff around her. After Yi Qian answers, she can take a photo with the class as a souvenir and leave. "We can't take a photo as a souvenir." Xia Jinyuan pressed his lips together. There was a dark coldness in his handsome face. It's not appropriate for Yi Qian to take a photo of her in a war-torn country. Translator Qin, please communicate with the Pakistani staff. Last night, Yi Qian met with members of the Al-Qaeda organization. If she takes a photo with them, she might get into trouble. This really reminded Qin Xiu. Hearing this, he said with a solemn expression, "It's my fault for not thinking it through. Cancel the group photo. Just sing a local children's song with her classmates will do." She is prepared. Yi Jian, who was standing on the podium, was wearing a simple and exquisite navy blue slim-fit uniform. She, who represented the thousands of students in China, had a faint smile on her beautiful face. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were shining with a bright light. She was calm inside. If a festival is a representation of culture, then our country is undoubtedly a country that accepts all cultures from all over the world and can accept the difference in foreign cultures. Hospitality is a good tradition of our country. A festival traveled across the sea to our country and was accepted by us. This is a big country's tolerance for foreign cultures. It is also a country's broad-mindedness. From what I understand, the two cultures will never clash, nor will they be forgotten. Just like our spring festival, it is also famous overseas. Could this be the annihilation of culture? No, this is precisely a kind of dissemination, letting more people know, and also letting more people accept it, bringing more happiness to more people. She paused for a moment. Under the gaze of several famous teachers, she stood on the podium like a pine tree in snow. With a faint smile, she had the aura of a great country. She said, "Take this student, for example. The language of Pakistan is Urdu, but you asked in English from beginning to end. Does this mean that you have abandoned your tradition and accepted a new culture? No, it's not that you have abandoned your tradition. You have accepted a foreign tradition, just like how Christmas was accepted by our country." What she said before was just a prelude. This sentence was the main point. The girl who asked the question had a faint smug look on her face, but in the end, she looked embarrassed. In the end, she had to sincerely say, "Thank you," and sit down under Miss Petty's cold gaze. This question was quickly heard by the Chinese leader, who laughed heartily. "That's why I said that the country will be strong if the young are strong. Little Yi is not bad. You can turn something invisible into something tangible. You can understand it at such a young age." Chapter 564. Wasn't that rare? The other party said that China worshipped foreign things and did not pay attention to its own traditions. Yi Qian first said that China was open to all cultures to express its attitude towards culture. Then he said that China was open-minded, which meant that China's people were hospitable and would not reject a festival that made them happy. Then he said that the girl had asked questions in English and did not speak her own language. He clearly told the other party that she had even abandoned her own language, so what right did she have to criticize China's acceptance of other cultures? After leaving the school, Miss Petty personally apologized to Yi Qian. That was enough. After all, it was not the Great Harmony. Moreover, she was not Chinese. No matter what, she could not be controlled. It was fine as long as the dignity of one's own country was protected. Qin Xiu took another car, but Miss Petty personally sent him over. He could only continue to stand beside Yi Qian until Miss Petty left. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian calmly. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I didn't expect the little fox to be so eloquent. I saw that girl's face turn green just now. I guess no one has ever dared to talk to her like that." In Pakistan, the rich had many servants, and these servants had very low status. Naturally, they did not have the guts to refute the words of their masters. Naturally, the girl would not like others to have opinions about her words. Yi Qian smiled faintly. His eyebrows were cold. Being on good terms does not mean that we are weak. If I don't block this kind of question, she will understand the arrogance of Chinese students. She will still think that she is God. Therefore, after the big leader returned to China, he mentioned several times that the student he brought along this time was a good student who made people feel at ease and was not afraid of being bullied. At 6:00 in the evening, the Chinese leader who had finished the secret visit boarded the flight back to China. The Pakistani president personally sent him off, and his wife personally gave Yi Jian a set of gorgeous Pakistani girls' gauze dress with sparkling gems on it. She also welcomed Yi Jian to visit Pakistan again. Yi Qian naturally agreed politely. The 4-day visit ended with a gentle hug from the president's wife. When the plane soared into the sky, they saw the fiery red sun still hanging in the west. The color was bright and full of hope. Just like the leaders of this country, no matter how chaotic their country was, they still had a patriotic heart and worked hard for their country. During the 6-hour trip, the big leader and Yi Qian talked for at least an hour. He told the major general that the local troops must train Yi Qian well. He was a good seedling and must not be missed. He looked forward to seeing Yi Qian in a military uniform during the military parade one day. They arrived in Beijing at 12:00 midnight. The earliest flight to the provincial capital was at 5:20 the next morning. Yi Qian did not return to Beijing with the big leader. Instead, he stayed in a hotel next to the airport under Qin Xiu's arrangement. Xia Jinyuan stood beside the Major General and watched as Yi Qian bid farewell to the big leader and the Major General. When he brushed past her, his slender hand gently touched Yi Qian's hand. Under everyone's gaze, a piece of paper slipped into Yi Qian's hand. "Call me tomorrow morning. I will wait for you," he said as he walked past. Yi Qian looked at his slender back and pursed his lips slightly. After returning to China, she did not want to have too much contact with him. Was it wrong for her to have such thoughts? But she really did not want to contact him. It was still the same as before. Dangerous men should be kept away. Chapter 565. They could work together on missions and stay as far away from each other as they could in life. This is the room card and this is the plane ticket. Keep them well. I've set up a wake-up call service. The service staff will call you at 4 o'clock. Qin Xiu had been in charge of sending Yi Qian to the hotel. He took very good care of him and even prepared Yi Qian's military training uniform. This camouflage uniform was directly transferred from the army. It also has your school uniform. After you get off the plane, a car has been arranged. It will send you directly to the military training base. It's a little far and will take about 4 hours by car. It will arrive around noon. Qin Xiu was not only an interpreter by the leader's side. He also paid attention to the leader's residence and travel. The leader had arranged for him to take care of Yi Qian when he returned to the country and the province. This showed that the leader cared about Yi Qian. To Qin Xiu, Yi Qian was someone who had helped him before. He was even more attentive. "I'll send you back to the hotel now. Come, walk this way." Under the light, the man's face was handsome. He had the calmness of a mountain. When he smiled, he looked like a jade tree facing a flower and exuded the elegance of a rich young master. He smiled at Yi Qian. Even the hotel receptionist blushed. He was really a gentle and elegant man. Yi Qian did not know how to appreciate a man's beauty. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "No need, Interpreter Qin. I know the way." "I know the way?" Qin Xiu's smile deepened. His eyes were very dark. When he smiled, it was as if there was a small whirlpool that could suck people in. "Classmate Xiao Yi, there's a deeper meaning to your words." Of course there was a deeper meaning. Yi Qian looked at his room card with smiling eyes. The room number was clearly written on it. "Thank you, Interpreter Qin. I'll go up first. Goodbye." He did not say goodbye because the chances of them meeting again were extremely rare. She held a camouflage travel bag in each hand and left with light steps. She didn't stop until she entered the elevator. Before the elevator door closed, Qin Xiu saw her waving goodbye to him. What an interesting girl. Qin Xiu waved back. After the elevator door closed, he said to the driver beside him, "Let's go back to the diplomatic compound first. When you were checking in for Xiaoya, Madam called and said that you can call her back to tell her that you are safe after you are done with your work." The chauffeur was the exclusive chauffeur sent by the Qin family to pick up Qin Xiu. He was very respectful to Qin Xiu. "Are you going back now? Or do you want to go back after getting on the bus?" Qin Xiu glanced at his driver and asked flatly, "Did my mom say anything else?" "No, he only said that you would give Madam a call after you're done with your work." Although Madam Qin's husband was a diplomat, she was also a businesswoman with a certain status in China. Therefore, she had the strong side of a businesswoman, and it was the same at home. She said that she wanted her son to call back, so she would definitely wait by the phone. Even though Qin Xiu was going home soon, he still couldn't avoid this call. "Mom, yes, soon." While Qin Xiu was talking to Madam Qin emotionlessly, Yi Qian had also returned to the hotel. She placed the note Xia Jinyuan gave her on the bedside table. After taking a shower, she quietly looked at the unopened note. Her eyes were calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. After a while, she turned off the lights and went to bed. The note was still unopened. At 4 in the morning, Yi Qian didn't even need to be woken up. She took the note in her hand again and slowly opened it. It was a phone number, not a personal number. Chapter 566. Xia Jinyuan had already turned in his cell phone before he left for the mission, so he had to wait until tomorrow to get his cell phone back. That was why he left his home phone number. Since he had broken his promise to Xia Jinyuan when he returned from Australia, Yi Qian still dialed this number. After about 3 rings, the phone was picked up and an extremely serious and authoritative voice came through. "This is Xia Xinhui." After about 3 seconds of silence, Yi Qian almost threw the phone out of his hand. Xia Xinhui. She had seen this name often. She had often seen this Commander-in-Chief Xia's signature in military documents. Sorry, wrong number. This was the first time in his life that Yi Qian had lied. Yi Qian would forever remember the taste of lying and would never let it happen a second time. Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished showering, walked out with steam all over his body. He had just heard the phone in the living room ringing, but now it was gone. It couldn't be Little Fox calling, right? He had asked her to call him when she returned to the provincial capital. Wrong number? Okay, it's okay. Goodbye. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't think much of it and thought that it was really a wrong number. After saying goodbye warmly, he saw his son coming down the stairs. He knew where Xia Jinyuan had gone for the mission this time and also knew how well his son had performed during the mission. Like father, like son. How could Xia Xinhui's son be wrong? The father and son sat in the living room and chatted. However, they didn't know that after Yi Qian hung up the phone, he grabbed his luggage and almost ran away. It was too scary. She actually called Xia Jinyuan's home, and it was Commander-in-Chief Xia's home. It definitely wasn't someone with the same name. She could feel Commander-in-Chief Xia's military power through the phone line. How could it be someone with the same surname? At this moment, Yi Qian really didn't know what to feel. He just wanted to leave quickly, go to the airport quickly, board the plane quickly, and leave quickly. Xia Jinyuan didn't expect that Yi Qian had already called. He waited until 9 o'clock and still didn't receive a call, so he asked the guards at home if they had received a call from a girl. Naturally, the answer was no. Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal guard said, the Commander-in-Chief received a call at 4 o'clock in the morning saying that it was a wrong number. I heard the Commander-in-Chief hang up the phone and say with a smile, "That girl is quite polite." Needless to say, it must be Yi Qian. Young Master Xia let out a long sigh. His luck with women was completely out of the question. He finally received a call from Little Fox, but he still missed it. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't that the time when she had just finished showering and was going downstairs? After thinking about it, the corners of young Master Xia's mouth curled up slightly. His father had a habit of answering the phone with, "I'm Xia Xinhui." Little Fox often moved around the army, so she must be familiar with Xia Xinhui. She would definitely recognize him as soon as she heard his name. Poor little guy, he didn't know if he was frightened at that time. Yi Qian, who was so frightened that he flew back to the provincial capital, got into the military car. Listening to the familiar accent, the guilty conscience in his heart disappeared little by little. In the provincial capital in October, it was the time when the tiger was running amok. At noon, the bright sun shone on the students who had just completed their military posture. Each and every one of them was drenched as if they had just walked out of a rainstorm. They were sweating profusely. When the instructor said that they were done with the military posture, the students who were exhausted couldn't care less. They collapsed on the ground and didn't want to get up. Damn it, I thought I could teach her a lesson through the military training. Who knew that she didn't even participate in the military training? That bitch Yao Jing, now she's pretending to be noble and aloof, as if it's none of her business. Just looking at her makes me angry. Chapter 567. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The untouchable Yi Qian boy who was wearing a military camouflage uniform said fiercely. He touched the shoulder of the boy beside him and said, "Do you have any other ideas, kid? Weren't you in the same class as her? Don't you know her flaws?" "Brother Luo, I really don't know. Yi Qian used to be invisible in class. If you spoke a little louder, you would have scared her. Yi Ying used to take good care of her. She would help whoever bullied her. Later on, for some reason, the two sisters became estranged. In my opinion, it's Yi Qian's fault. It has nothing to do with Yi Ying. As the boy spoke, he heard the instructor whistle. He patted his butt and climbed up from the shade. He smiled and said, "Brother Luo, let's have lunch later at the same old place. Our class is gathering. We'll leave first." Luo Ran, who didn't even have the strength to get up, waved his hand. He frowned and said unhappily, "Okay. See you later." Damn it, I don't believe I can't take care of a little girl. Brother Luo, you have to be careful. Yi Qian is a little strange. The boy who left said in a low voice. He then ran back to his class to gather before the instructor's whistle was dropped. The military training sites of all the middle schools in the province were concentrated in the province's Chemical Defense Regiment. There were a total of 4 schools during the 7-day National Day holiday. A few thousand people were concentrated in the Chemical Defense Regiment for military training. Although there were many people, many old classmates who didn't study in the same school after graduating from middle school were able to gather. The province's #1 middle school was a school that was difficult to get into even if you had the money. Every time it was disbanded, there would always be students from other schools looking for their old classmates. Gradually, even Liao Jian, who studied in #16 middle school, got in touch with Yi Ying again. It wasn't that they got in touch again. At least he knew that Yi Ying studied in the province's #1 middle school. A few days ago, her father went to the countryside and mentioned to his father that they were both in the same Chemical Defense Regiment. He even laughed and said that they were from the same town and were classmates. It was because of this sentence that he spoke to Yi Ying, who had come to the military training to look after the students' bags and hand them water. It was an accident that he met Luo Ran. He was almost beaten up by Luo Ran because he spoke a few more words to Yi Ying. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided the disaster. Why did Yi Ying attract so many boys? Wherever he went, there would be people standing up for him. It was all because of Yi Qian. Was Yi Qian someone to be trifled with? Liao Jian's legs were sore from all the standing under the instructor's orders. He thought back to that year when he was in the province's #1 middle school. He saw with his own eyes Yi Qian climb from the 1st floor to the 7th floor with his bare hands, and then from the 7th floor to the 1st floor with a whoosh. From then on, no matter how much he couldn't swallow the resentment in his heart, he could only swallow it. He couldn't afford to offend people. If he did, he might even get himself into trouble. It was best to stay away from them. Yi Qian was someone he couldn't afford to offend. That boy over there, you, come out. At ease, attention. I've taught you for 5 days and you still haven't learned? Come up. The instructor standing in front noticed Liao Jian's absent-mindedness and pointed at him rudely. This was a very common thing in military training. Whoever was caught by the instructor could only say that the student was unlucky. There were thousands of students in the 2 middle schools. At noon, they even had to line up for lunch. Fortunately, the Chemical Defense Regiment was big enough to accommodate the students of the 2 middle schools. It was also far from the city. It was located in a valley in the countryside, and the environment was quite good. Chapter 568. Yi Qian got out of the car and looked at the sentries on both sides. He wondered if he should call the school. Otherwise, how would he get in? The pass from the provincial military shouldn't be used here. Sigh, it was all because of his phone call. He was so guilty that he didn't even arrange his own matters properly. The driver was a soldier from the provincial military. Just as Yi Qian was hesitating about whether to call the school, he had already walked to the sentries of the anti-chemical regiment and showed his soldier pass. After saying a few more words, he smiled at Yi Qian. Show them your student pass and you can enter. No matter what kind of troop it was, even if it was only a battalion stationed there, it was a military important place. It was impossible to enter and leave casually. There were clear rules that no one could violate. Yi Qian handed over his student pass and provincial military pass. The sentries called the teacher in charge of the logistics of the provincial first high school's second-year class in the anti-chemical regiment to confirm it. Only then did they return the 2 passes to Yi Qian and let him in. After thanking the soldier who sent him over, Yi Qian entered the anti-chemical regiment. It happened to be a few minutes past noon, and the class that was punished to stand began to disperse. Dragging their sore feet, they had to support each other to walk under the scorching sun. I can't do it, I can't do it. Jessen, you guys go first. I need to rest for a while. I don't have the energy. As Li Qian was fat, she was at a disadvantage in such training. However, her body was very healthy, unlike other thin and weak girls who would faint for a while and suffer from heatstroke. After 4.5 days, she also wanted to faint for a while and suffer from heatstroke. However, almost all the girls in dormitory 506 were strong and healthy. None of them fainted. And Jessen was also tired and really couldn't move Li Qian's weight. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Then go sit under the shade of the tree." Damn it, I still follow my father everywhere and don't feel tired. I really can't stand standing in a military posture every day. Perseverance is victory, and Jessen. A voice that was like a gentle breeze drifted over. The voice was extremely cold, like the cool spring water in a mountain stream. The refreshing coolness drifted into the ears of the people in room 506. Yi Qian walked over. She was wearing the same camouflage uniform. Her slender legs were straight, and her skin was as white as porcelain under the sunlight. Her dark eyes were like the brightest stars in the dark night. They were so clear that one could see the ripples in her eyes. After 4.5 days of military training, all of you look like you're out of shape. But the instructor didn't collapse from anger. As she spoke, she easily helped up Li Qian, who was paralyzed and didn't want to leave. She wrapped her arm behind her shoulder and raised her eyebrows. Not leaving? Wait to be roasted alive? If it's any later, aren't you afraid that you won't even have a bite to eat? Yi Qian's appearance was so sudden that Jessen and the others did not react in time. Li Qian, who was hanging on her, was still weak. She didn't react when she heard Yi Qian's voice. She said in a muffled voice, "I want to eat meat, pork belly, pork belly. I also want to eat pork trotters. Quick, let's go to the canteen." It was all thanks to her speaking that the other girls who didn't react screamed. And Jessen even pounced on Yi Qian. Jane Eyre, I've waited so hard for you. I looked forward to the stars and the moon, but you're finally here. My tough days have come to an end." Chapter 569. Yi Qian's lips twitched when he heard that. He asked Yang Yi, what television show has she been addicted to recently? Can she still watch television in the army? A romantic affair. She's been talking about it since the first day of military training. It's as if she's possessed. Yang Yi also smiled. She was very angry and spoke softly. She was especially happy to see Yi Qian suddenly appear. We were just waiting for you to teach her a lesson. We can't subdue her. Li Qian leaned all her weight on Yi Qian. She was only thinking about meat. She said unhappily, "I can't eat television shows. I want to eat meat. If we don't go, we'll go hungry during military training in the afternoon. I don't want to eat meat. I want to eat my Jane Eyre." And Jessen was a clown. She was not normal when she saw Yi Qian. She was grinning from ear to ear. A romantic affair is really good. You must watch it when you go back. I'm not interested just from the name. I'd rather go for a run if you want me to watch this. Yi Qian freed a hand and pushed the sweaty Jessen away from him. Didn't you say you had no energy just now? You have the strength to speak now? At the mention of food, Zhang Lizhen swallowed her saliva and said weakly, "Don't mention it. I'm already drooling. Let's go. There really won't be any food later." There were thousands of people eating in the army. Although there was still food, it looked better, especially when there was no meat in the end. When Yi Qian returned, Jessen seemed to have regained her strength. She started chattering. When she mentioned the 4-day military training, it was a history of blood and tears. On the first day, I was really quite happy, especially when I got out of the car. You don't know, Jane Eyre. Those soldiers stood motionless under the sun. They were really as straight as little white poplars. Their hats and epaulets were all glowing with golden light. They were so mighty. Yang Yi turned her head and looked pitifully at Yi Qian. That's right. I was just like Jessen. We were so happy on the first day. It was our first time entering the army. Soon, we'll be in trouble. In the afternoon, we'll be in a military posture for half an hour. Whoever dares to move will be circled around the field. At first, I thought they were quite friendly. They helped us carry water and luggage. But when we got onto the field, they were all black-faced tigers. Liz Hen was so scared that she raised her hand and said that she wanted to go home. In the end, Yang Yi seemed to sense that it was not going to end well. He quickly stopped and changed the topic. Let's go. There aren't many people left. Our class's dining area is just ahead. Hurry up. Thousands of people didn't eat in the cafeteria. The leaders of Provincial No. 1 High School and No. 16 High School all accepted the military training rules of the anti-chemical regiment, including eating out in the wild. They all obeyed the anti-chemical regiment's arrangements. It was the first time that the school had organized such a large-scale military training, and it was also the first time that the anti-chemical regiment had organized such a large-scale military training for students. Both sides had to make countless changes before they finally settled on the military training guidelines. The moment they entered the army, they were under military management. All the students had to accept the rules of the army. Whoever dared to be arrogant would be dealt with directly. On the first day, more than 10 boys were taught a lesson. After that, they even wanted to challenge the instructor one-on-one. As one could imagine, they were taught a lesson even more miserably. Listening to the 5 of them talk, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth curved up slightly. This was school life. It made up for the regrets of her previous life. She could happily walk under the sun with her peers. No matter how harsh the sun was, she was still happy. Chapter 570. Why did she choose to come back for military training? It was because she did not want to miss out on the good times she had when she was still a student. Yi Qian? You? Why are you here? Lu Xian, the class monitor, walked out of the infirmary with a bottle of medicine in his hand. When he saw Yi Qian, he smiled in surprise and said, Teacher Tong said that you went to the hospital to take care of your family and would not come back for 7 days of military training. It's not even 7 days yet, why are you here? Yi Qian did not participate in military training. Teacher Tong mentioned this to the class. Because Yi Qian did not attend the evening self-study session, the students accepted Yi Qian's absence. Since he was discharged, Yi Qian naturally came back. Now that the vice class monitor is here, the class monitor will have less trouble. And Jessen's straightforward and generous personality was obvious to everyone in the class during military training. She was forthright and dared to take responsibility for her actions. Even the instructor said that she would join the army if she could not get into university. Because of this sentence, Jessen held on for the sake of her pride. Lu Xian smiled, that's good news. Yi Qian, have you eaten lunch yet? Go to Teacher Tong's later and report to her. She has to arrange a bunk for you. Otherwise, you won't have a place to sleep at night. Military training is good for you. Lu Xian's grades were not the best, but he was very willing to do things for the class. Therefore, no one had any objections to him being the class monitor. He was usually a little naggy, but when he was meticulous, even the girls felt inferior to him. As a matter of fact, he began to remind Yi Qian what to do later. His finger was still pointing at Yi Qian. When he saw the camouflage uniform, he scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm dizzy from the sun. I didn't even realize that you were wearing camouflage uniform. The camouflage uniform you're wearing looks much better than the ones we're wearing. The colors aren't quite right either. Ours are more white while yours is a lot darker green. Why does it look so good? All along, Yi Qian had the habit of letting others finish talking before he spoke. When their gazes fell on him, he smiled and said, I didn't get it before this. I got it directly from the army. It should be the soldier's usual training uniform, so the color is a little darker than yours. That's not right either. Why does it fit you so well? No, it doesn't fit either. It's just. Lu Xian sized up Yi Qian, who was dressed in camouflage, and felt that something was amiss. When she spoke, her chin was slightly clenched, but her back was very straight. Although she was still holding on to Li Qian, there was an indescribable charm about her. It was very special and very spirited. After hearing Lv Xian's words, Jianghu and the others finally reacted. Yi Qian smiled faintly. There's nothing different about you. It's just that the camouflage you're wearing is different. And Jianghu, who was most familiar with Yi Jian, heard Yi Jian's cool voice and looked at the increasingly beautiful face in front of her. She couldn't tell what was different about this familiar face. Her heart was beating so fast that it made her panic. She realized that she didn't dare to look into Yi Qian's eyes. That pair of smiling, watery eyes had too much darkness that she couldn't look straight into. It was as if she had to see if Yi Qian's expression was good for her to speak. Not only in Jianghu, but Yang Yi, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yuan, who was on the top bunk of Yi Qian, also felt the same way. No, they were even more flustered than in Jianghu. Chapter 571. They couldn't tell exactly what had changed, but they felt that Lv Xian was right. After sizing him up for a while, Lv Xian shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with the camouflage uniform. It's your aura. That's right. After thinking of an appropriate adjective, Lv Xian said seriously, your aura is very different. Even if we wore the camouflage uniform, we definitely wouldn't have your aura. Yi Qian, you look like a soldier, but we're still students standing in front of you. Lv Xian's grades weren't the best, but they had always been stable. His EQ was also very high, so he was relatively sensitive. Yi Qian was wearing a suitable camouflage uniform, with a brown military belt around his waist and a pair of black training boots on his feet. He stood in the sunlight with a smile on his face, but his gaze was extremely cold. He had the aura of a soldier. It was an aura that only soldiers who had experienced the flames of war could have. Even ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to him. Yi Qian calmly observed the reactions of Jianghu and the others. He laughed. It's good to be like a soldier. If I can't get into university, I'll join the army. It's so good to join the army. You don't have to think about anything in the army. You don't have to think about grades, what you're going to eat tonight, or what you're going to wear tomorrow. The army will plan all the seasons for you. It's so convenient. And Jianghu and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. The strange feeling in their hearts was swept away. Yi Qian was still the same Yi Qian. He had never changed. He was still the Yi Qian they knew. Lv Xian said, so that's all you think about. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, you clearly didn't have to participate in the military training. Now you know how tiring it is. You'll be so tired that you won't even have the strength to hold chopsticks. I haven't tried it yet, so I must. Yi Qian lowered his voice slightly. He looked up slightly and saw Luo Ran and a few boys standing not far away. They were staring fiercely at him. No wonder he felt someone was staring at him. It was Luo Ran, the boy who had threatened to block him after school. And the boy beside him. Ah, isn't this my old classmate, Liao Jian? Why did Liao Jian also come to the province to study? That's not possible, right? Principal Rong wouldn't accept a student like Liao Jian. However, it was also possible that Luo Ran had been recruited. Liao Jian, on the other hand, was so frightened by the sudden sight of Yi Qian that he subconsciously retreated. He was really afraid of seeing Yi Qian. He was afraid. He was even more afraid that Yi Qian would see him with Luo Ran. Damn it. Why was he so unlucky whenever he was involved in Yi Ying's matters? Liao Jian, who was cursing in his heart, was afraid that Luo Ran, who was not afraid of death, would go and find Yi Qian, so he said from behind, "Brother Luo, let's find a shady place to take a nap. Today is the hottest day, but it will be much cooler tomorrow. What's the hurry? Didn't I see someone familiar?" Luo Ran, who had taken off the belt around his waist, walked over and said with a fake smile, "Hey, isn't this Yi Qian? Didn't you say that you were going to the hospital to be a good student and be filial to the elderly? Why are you here?" From his voice, it was obvious that he wasn't a good student. However, he couldn't stand Boss Luo, who had donated 500,000 yuan to the school. No matter how bad he was, the school could only accept him. Lu Xian also knew why Luo Ran wanted to find Yi Qian. It was because of the basketball incident. He ignored him and said to Yi Qian, "Let's go eat first. We'll gather at 2 p.m. You can sleep for a while. You can't go back to the dorm. Just find a shady place to sleep." Chapter 572. With his classmates around, Yi Qian didn't want to talk to Luo Ran and said, "Then hurry up. I can only support Li Qian. If one of you faints from hunger, I can only leave it to the class monitor. I want to eat meat. Without meat, I won't have the strength to hold chopsticks." After Zhang Bin's reminder, Jessen knew that she couldn't clash with Luo Ran. She pushed Yang Yi and Lu Lizhen and said, "You can't stand anymore. Let's go, let's go. I'm afraid there's no meat, but there should be some vegetables." Lu Xian, who also didn't want to cause trouble, chuckled. He couldn't hide his gloating expression. "Although there's no meat, we can definitely fill our stomachs." This time, it was Li Qian who wanted to cry. "I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat, don't say any more. I want to eat meat too. I want to eat meat too." Even a gentle girl like Yang Yi was shouting. It was obvious how much they wanted to eat meat. It wasn't that there wasn't meat for them to eat in the military, but that the consumption was too high. They really wanted to eat. At the beginning of the military training, Luo Ran had been thinking about how to teach Yi Qian a lesson. In the end, he didn't even meet her. Now that he saw Yi Qian, how could he let her go so easily? Seeing this, he snorted coldly and walked over to block Yi Qian. "You want to leave? Aren't you quite bold? Why, are you scared now?" The boys beside him, except for Liao Jian, all laughed. "Of course I'm scared. Who is our brother Luo? Even the principal has to give him face when he sees him. Ha ha ha, brother Luo, why don't you just let her kneel down and kowtow to you and admit her mistake?" "That's right. Our brother Luo is magnanimous. If she kowtows and admits her mistake, he'll let you go." "Yi Qian, don't be so tactful." In any school, there were bad students and troublesome students. Luo Ran was both a bad student and a troublesome one. Because of his father's wealth, there was a bandit spirit among the students that said, "Those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish." He was close to Yang Heng in school, so he had been suppressed by Yang Heng until now. Now that he had cut ties with Yang Heng, there was no one more powerful than him to control him, so he began to act arrogantly. Yi Qian made him lose face. If he didn't get back at him, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Plus, with Yi Ying's incident, he had a huge grudge against Yi Qian. The words of the boys hit the nail on the head. He sneered and said, "Did you hear that, Yi Qian? My brothers are fighting for justice for me. What about you? Kowtow and admit your mistake, and apologize to Yi Ying as well. Then we'll forget about this. Otherwise," and Jessen's eyes were already burning with anger. She had a fever and her entire face was flushed red. Yang Yi couldn't hold her back in her anger. She suddenly rushed in front of Yi Qian and shouted angrily, "Luo Ran, don't go too far." "I've gone too far? Do you know what she did to me? In front of hundreds of people, she scolded me until my face was covered in blood. Am I going too far?" Luo Ran was furious. He looked at Jessen with eyes full of hostility. "Who's the one who's going too far? He kept saying, "You're the one who's going too far." His foul language was disgusting. The boys around him were even more eager to see the world in chaos. They all shouted at the side, "You too, don't bully Brother Luo because he's easy to talk to. You still have to apologize. Brother Luo, I think these two girls really don't take you seriously. They both dare to shout at you." Chapter 573. In front of his so-called brothers, Luo Ran cared about his reputation the most. When he heard what Yi Qian said, he suddenly felt that he had lost all face. He was furious. He ground his teeth and said darkly, "Who the fuck do you think you are? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" Liao Jian didn't interrupt at all. He had been secretly observing Yi Qian. He could clearly see that there was a blood-like hostility in her eyes. She looked calm and even had a smile on her lips. She was just like those people who used to look for his father. They looked amiable on the surface, but in reality, they killed people as if they were killing chickens. How could she be afraid of Luo Ran? How could she apologize? Thinking about what he said to Luo Ran in the morning, Liao Jian was so regretful that his back broke out in cold sweat. He had listened to Yi Ying's orders and told Luo Ran exactly what she said. Not to mention anything else, just that Yi Qian used to bully Yi Ying in junior high. She used Luo Ran's hatred for Yi Qian to take revenge on Yi Qian even more. "Liao Jian, since your father is working for my father, you better listen to my orders. Luo Ran from our school hates Yi Qian. As for me, I hate her too. But I can't show up, and I don't want to see Yi Qian appear in front of me. Just tell Luo Ran that. He will know what to do if you don't say anything else." Yi Ying's sinister face flashed in his mind. Unexpectedly, it overlapped with Luo Ran's face. They both had the same sinister expression. While he was in a daze, Liao Jian heard a clear voice with a smile. That was Yi Qian's voice. He suddenly came back to his senses. He stole a glance and bent his body again, trying to reduce his presence. He was afraid that Yi Qian would notice him. Damn it, how unlucky. Who would have thought that he would run into her? Luckily, they weren't from the same school. When the military training ended, he would go back to his 16th high school and she would go to her provincial first high school. They would mind their own business and have nothing to do with each other. This time, it was purely to help Yi Ying and let the unlucky Luo Ran stand up for Yi Ying. How could Yi Qian not notice him? However, Luo Ran was the focus of his attention. He pulled in Jessen, who had stood in front of him time and time again, behind him. He smiled and said, "Every time, before I could say anything, you would stand up for me. I can't bear to see you being bullied. The more you are afraid of this kind of person, the prouder he will be. This is the army. The instructors and teachers are all here. Do you think he would dare to hit us?" And Jessen was hot-tempered and had the temper of a boy. She treated Yi Qian like her own sister, so how could she tolerate others bullying her? Yi Qian had cultivated a calm temperament, and she was used to waiting for the other party to finish speaking before she opened her mouth slowly. Now that she looked at Jessen, she couldn't help pursing her lips and smiling. It seemed that the next time Jessen was around, she would have to speak first. She said softly, "It's useless for you to argue like this. Let me handle it. You stay behind and watch." She was calm and unhurried. She used this kind of attitude to deal with things so that the troublemaker would see that she was full of confidence and wouldn't dare to find fault with her. Luo Ran and the boys behind him saw that Yi Qian didn't look angry at all, and even had a slight smile on her face. They couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. For example, Liao Jian had the urge to run away. Yi Qian was indeed not afraid of them. Think about it, how could a girl who walked out of a war with a gun be afraid of them? Her body was already tainted with hostility. This alone was enough to make Fang Liao Jian and the others feel uneasy. Chapter 574. Luo Ran, do you think I'll apologize to you? Yi Qian raised his eyebrows, a smile as clear as water on his lips. You accidentally threw the basketball at my face, and I was just returning it. Didn't I apologize at the time? Why, do you feel wronged again? Luo Ran, you're still a guy. How can you be so narrow-minded? Yiying doesn't like guys like you. Firstly, it was for his reputation. Secondly, it must have something to do with Yiying. Now that he was in the military, there was Jia Xian, who had a firecracker personality, and all the girls in the dormitory. It was indeed not a good idea to have a conflict with him. Pulling in Jiasin behind him, Yi Qian smiled faintly and said, "The instructor is here. Feel free to look for me if you need anything. Goodbye." There was indeed an instructor walking over. After 4.5 days of military training, all the instructors knew that Luo Ran was a problematic student. The first time he was punished, it was for forcibly occupying the bathroom of a guy in his grade. The second time he was punished, it was for hitting a guy who said he couldn't even walk properly. The third time he was punished, it was for putting down the national flag and tying it around his waist. 3 different actions, each more serious than the last. The last time he tied the solemn national flag around his waist, his military training results were the worst. With this record, he couldn't even join the party. Luo Ran, what are you doing? An instructor with a sharp gaze walked over and asked. Beside him was a lieutenant colonel with 2 bars and 2 stars. He was the political education director of the Chemical Defense Regiment. With so many students, the military was under a lot of pressure. They were afraid that something would go wrong, so they had to tighten their management during the students' break time. Once they noticed something strange, they would immediately send someone to deal with it. When Luo Ran stopped Yi Qian, the soldiers who were monitoring the entire field immediately noticed that something was wrong. They immediately contacted the instructor and the political education director to prevent Luo Ran from causing trouble again. Even the political education director had stepped in. Luo Ran glanced at the officer's epaulette. Originally, he looked down on normal soldiers, but now his arrogance was reduced. He said in a low voice, "What can I do? I'm just chatting with a classmate." Reporting to the instructor, it wasn't a chat at all. When Jiasin saw the instructor and the man beside him, who looked quite imposing, she glanced at his epaulette and asked Yi Qian quietly, 2 bars and 2 stars. What rank is this? 2 bars and 2 stars. You can also call him Ermao Air, a lieutenant colonel. What kind of official? Yi Qian secretly observed the man. His gaze lightly swept over the man's badge and saw a pen cap in his inner pocket. He smiled and said, he should be a political instructor. He really knows a lot. And Jiasin knew that this official was even more important than the instructor. She straightened her back and sternly said, he wanted to hit us, and even said that if my classmates kneel down and apologize, he would be magnanimous and let us go. Pa! How can a guy who hasn't even grown out his hair be considered an adult? Cough cough, cough cough. The instructor and instructor both coughed. This little girl was really quite boorish. Go back to your classes. This is the army. No one dares to do anything funny. When the instructor heard this, he immediately stood on the girl's side. This Luo Ran caused trouble every day. It was common for him to bully students. Yi Qian stood up and saluted the instructor and instructor. He said seriously, Instructor, this matter has nothing to do with her. I'm Yi Qian from grade 1 class 1. I'm reporting in today. This is Luo Ran. I have a small conflict with him. I didn't expect him to look for me to settle it in the army. Chapter 575. First, she took the initiative to clarify that she had just arrived. Second, it was a small conflict that Luo Ran would not let go of. Third, she was so arrogant that Luo Ran dared to bully students in the army. The instructor did not recognize Yi Qian, but when he saw Yi Qian in the army's jungle camouflage uniform saluting him, his eyes were dark, his military posture was majestic, and even his gaze was as hard as a spear. The instructor subconsciously stood at attention and saluted him as if he was meeting his superior. The political instructor also immediately returned the salute. His gaze on Yi Qian deepened. This little girl's military salute definitely had a few years of training. Her upper body had to be straight. She took a shortcut and quickly raised her right hand. Her 5 fingers were naturally straightened. Because she was not wearing a military handkerchief, her fingers were at the same height as her eyebrows. Her palms were facing downwards and slightly extended outwards by 20 degrees. She also had to ensure that her wrist was not bent. Her right arm was slightly flat and formed a line with her shoulders. This kind of military salute was standard and compliant. She could subconsciously do it like a standard frame. No matter what, she could immediately give a standard military salute. None of the students were qualified to give a military salute. They looked like it, but there was no aura inside. Okay, we understand. You guys should hurry back to class. It's almost time for lunch. Hurry up. The political instructor smiled faintly. When he looked at Yi Qian, his smile deepened. This girl must have grown up in the army. With the instructor's instructions, Luo Ran watched Yi Qian leave. His expression became even more uncertain. For a student like Luo Ran who lacked discipline, the instructor would not punish him now. He just glared at him coldly and left with the instructor without saying a word. Brother Luo, you're the most respected. Look, even the instructor doesn't dare to scold you. That officer, he, is the same. He doesn't even dare to fart. After the instructor and instructor left, the boys all began to lick their lips to curry favor with Luo Ran. Luo Ran was smug with just one sentence. Brother Luo, that Yi Qian you mentioned looks quite pretty. A boy with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks looked at Yi Qian's back with a wretched look. He suggested, why don't we call Brother Huang and let him handle this? Deal with him? A marijuana smoker. Don't mention him in front of me. After all, this was the military base. Luo Ran did not dare to be too presumptuous. He had been taught a lesson by a few soldiers on the first day. He would endure these soldiers for now. As long as they dared to go out on the streets, he would settle the score with them sooner or later. At that moment, he was thinking about how to deal with Yi Qian in the army. Liao Jian, ask Xia Sifeng from your class to look for Yi Ying. Don't tell anyone that I'm looking for her. Luo Ran didn't dare to be impudent in the army, but now that Yi Qian was here, he couldn't bear the thought of being hit by a basketball in front of so many people. He had to teach Yi Qian a lesson in the army. He had to let her know that he, Luo Ran, was not someone to be trifled with. He also had to let her know that Yi Ying was under his protection. Anyone who dared to bully Yi Ying was the same as bullying Luo Ran. It was noon, and the group of people whispered for a while before they scattered like birds and beasts under the whistle of the instructor who came back. Each and every one of them ran back to their own classes. When Yi Qian and the others arrived at the place where Class 1 was getting their food, they saw the few boys in charge of the food, preparing to close the table under the instructor's instructions. The food was very rich. There was meat, vegetables, and even braised chicken. Chapter 576. Unfortunately, they arrived too late, so there wasn't even any meat or soup left. There weren't many vegetables left, but it was still enough for them to eat. It was just that there wasn't any meat. Hey, Yi Qian, why are you here? You haven't eaten yet, right? This. The boys in charge of collecting the dishes saw Yi Qian and stopped what they were doing to look at their classmate whom they hadn't seen for a few days. You came back at the wrong time. There's only this much food left. The instructor in charge of Class 1 walked over. Yi Qian saluted and said, Grade 2, Class 1, Yi Qian, reporting for duty. This reporting for duty was sonorous and powerful, which made the instructor even more shocked. This wasn't a student. This was a veteran who had been in the army for much longer than him. He also had a murderous aura about him, which made him seem even more intimidating than the instructor. Yi Qian? Wasn't it just a sick family member who asked for leave to take care of the girls? Why was he here again? The young instructor, who had been tanned by the sun, returned a military salute to Yi Qian. Eat whatever you want. Come back early for dinner. Then he said to Njiesin, you guys keep coming back late. If you're on the battlefield, who knows how many of your comrades will die because of you. These words were absolutely true. Yi Qian could understand, but Jianghu and the others couldn't. Jianghu muttered softly, "How can we eat all this food? It's better than nothing. Just eat whatever you want. Come back early tonight." The black-faced instructor roared so loudly that even Li Qian, who had been asking for meat, began to tremble. She cried and said, "Eat, eat, eat." The instructor was a young man in his early 20s. When he saw the two girls crying in front of him, he picked up a plate of pumpkin and vegetables and said, "It's good that you still have food to eat. Why didn't you come back early if you want to eat something better? Come back early tonight. Make do with lunch." The few of them didn't dare to talk back. The instructors personally served them food, so they could only obediently agree and send the instructors away with their gazes. "Come earlier next time. We originally left some meat for ourselves, but it was all snatched away. Let's eat vegetarian dishes. It's a good way to lose weight," the boy said optimistically. Then, he took out a stainless steel plate and added rice and dishes to the girls. Yi Qian was not a picky eater. He had trained with Principal Chen in the 100,000 jungles of the western province and had eaten raw food or wild vegetables. Yet, he still managed to survive. At this moment it was already good enough that there was still soup and water to drink. If there was also a boiled pumpkin, his stomach would definitely be full. He didn't ask for much. He just wanted to eat his fill. But this pumpkin. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Jianghu, who had a bitter expression on her face. She didn't eat pumpkins and was probably going to cry now. Sigh, I hate eating pumpkins the most. And Jianghu felt so wrong that she felt as if she had been punished by her stepmother. She wanted to flip the plate and leave, but this was the army. She didn't dare to. In the end, she still had to make do with it. She was also afraid of the instructors. She gritted her teeth and ate the pumpkin she hated the most. She said fiercely, "When we go back, I'll order a table full of meat. I want to eat braised pork." They ate at the same place. Some of the boys who had finished eating quickly were already chatting at the side. There were also a few who were sitting outside. When they saw Yi Qian, their reactions were similar to Lu Xian's. "Damn, Yi Qian, why are you here? This place isn't for humans. Why did you bump into us? Is your relative discharged from the hospital and doesn't need you to take care of him anymore? Damn, if you don't take care of him in the hospital, you can take care of him at home. It's too damn tiring. We boys can't take it anymore." When the students in the class saw Yi Qian, they all greeted her happily. Yao Jing, who was sitting not far away, looked coldly and said to Yi Ying, "Did you see her? She's here. How's Luo Rant's situation?" Chapter 577. Yao Jing had her eyes on Yi Qian the moment he appeared. She passed the plate in her hand to Yi Ying and smiled. "I'm done eating. I'm going to say hi to her. You should come with me." Yi Ying wanted to say that she didn't want to go, but she suddenly remembered the conflict between Yao Jing and Yi Qian. She pretended to sigh and said, Okay. I'll go with you. You don't hold grudges, but she does. I'll be worried if you go alone." Her words were really tempting. Yao Jing looked at her with a smile, as if she knew everything. She just didn't want to expose Yi Ying's thoughts. Yao Jing didn't care about Yi Ying's tricks. She only knew how to ask her family for help when something happened. She deserved to live under Yi Qian's shadow for so many years. If she was Yao Jing, she wouldn't even know where Yi Qian would be, dead by now. Yi Qian, who had just finished eating, had already noticed them. Seeing the two of them walking over together, a saying popped up in his mind, "Friends are friends. You guys eat slowly. I'll go for a walk when I'm done." Yi Qian, who had already finished eating, picked up the stainless steel plate and stood up. He smiled at his 5 roommates who were still eating vegetables and pumpkins. "If you want to eat this to lose weight, you won't look fat in winter and won't find it disgusting." 16 or 17 years old girls were at the age where they cared about their appearance. They might not be willing to just eat it, but they were still motivated to eat it for the sake of losing weight. And Jiesen didn't notice anything strange. With a mouthful of pumpkin in her mouth, she waved at Yi Qian with a look of nausea, indicating that she should leave first. The anti-chemical regiment was very large, and the greenery was also quite good. Yi Qian's batch was just in time for the first military training in the province. This batch's military training was the strictest and also the most unlucky batch. Other than the reduced training intensity, the training process was based on that of the new recruits. Because there were too many people, it was impossible to do field training, and it was even more impossible to drag them out for field training. Therefore, it was modified. Eating and napping were changed to field training outside. Being outside made it easier for Yi Qian to do whatever he wanted. It also made it easier for Yao Jing and the others to find him. Yi Qian made up an excuse to leave because he didn't want to implicate Jiesen and the others. He walked directly into the small forest. There were countless students lying in the forest. They were all wearing the same color camouflage uniform. Even his classmates would find it difficult to recognize them at a glance. She's going there. Yi Ying gently tugged at Yao Jing's sleeve. Would they be discovered if they followed so closely? Also, Yao Jing's expression was not right. She looked like a criminal who had committed a crime. Her face was cold and fierce. The corners of Yao Jing's mouth twitched. She wasn't even interested in looking at her. She wanted to fight with Yi Qian with such little guts. It looked like Yi Qian had shown her mercy. Didn't she just say that she would walk a few rounds after eating? What are you afraid of? We're just going to greet her. We won't do anything. Just like what Yao Jing said, Yi Ying was indeed a little afraid of Yi Jian. She threw Xia Sifeng to the ground without saying a word and warned her several times to be careful. With all these memories, no matter how much she hated Yi Jian, she did not dare to follow her secretly like Yao Jing did. What if this wretched girl hit her? Thinking of this, Yi Ying was already afraid. Jing, let's. As she spoke, she suddenly realized that Yi Qian's figure could no longer be seen. The two of them had unknowingly walked into the depths of the small forest. Through the dense foliage, they could faintly see a green net encircling them. In front of them was a restricted area. Chapter 578. The forest was a little cold, and the leaves were so dense that even the sun couldn't shine in. Perhaps it was the intention of the anti-chemical regiment, but in some places, no one even cleaned up the broken branches. It was as if there were some fierce beasts living in the forest, and they were biting off these branches, making people feel scared for no reason. Yao Jing had been staring at Yi Qian, but because Yi Ying was tugging on her sleeve, she realized that Yi Qian had disappeared. She glared at her and gritted her teeth. Can you be a little tougher? Don't be like a child who can't stop drinking milk, okay? Let's go ahead and take a look. I don't believe she can fly. She couldn't fly, but she could climb a tree. The broken branches on the ground attracted Yi Qian's attention. It didn't look like it was broken naturally, nor did it look like it was broken by someone. Looking at the broken part, it looked like it was broken by a bullet. She climbed up the tree to take a look. It was indeed broken by a bullet. This anti-chemical regiment was interesting. This kind of training was also interesting, much more interesting than running circles. Climbing trees was also a necessary skill for a sniper. Yi Qian's bare-handed climbing speed was so fast that even Principal Chen had to say, very fast. He could climb at least 3 meters in a minute. It was too easy to shake Yao Jing off at this speed. After coming down from the tree, the two of them walked to the front. Yi Qian smiled coldly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned and walked outside. The restricted military area wasn't a place that could be approached at any time. It was none of his business that they rushed up to get scolded. Ever since Yao Jing scolded Yi Qian last time, she had been getting closer to Yi Ying. In the principal's office, she had admitted her mistake and had a good attitude. However, she had always been a proud person. She would admit that she had accidentally scolded someone she shouldn't have. But it was impossible for her to go over just like that. Yi Qian had made her lose face in school. Not only did the students of Class 1 speak ill of her behind her back, but even her own classmates did the same. Many times when she went to the washroom, she heard those gossipy women say that she deserved to be called to the principal's office for scolding a martyr. She could apologize, but she couldn't embarrass herself. Since she had already embarrassed herself, Yi Qian wouldn't have it easy either. She had to embarrass Yi Qian even more than she did. She had to let the whole school know that Yi Qian had made a fool of herself. Yi Ying was a shrewd person. Other than being narrow-minded and not being as tolerant as Yao Jing, she had great talent in reading people's minds. The relationship between the two of them seemed to have cooled down, but in the end, because of Yi Qian, their relationship became even better in the eyes of others. Even the words military restricted area could be seen clearly. No matter how brave Yao Jing was, she knew that she couldn't go any further. Just as she was about to turn around, a soldier appeared out of nowhere and shouted, "What are you doing? Raise your hands and turn around to lean against the tree." Yi Qian, who had already walked a few meters away, could still hear Yi Ying's screams behind him. He was so scared that he didn't know if his heart attack would relapse. Yi Qian smiled and walked away briskly. As for what would happen to the two people behind him, it was up to them. Because they were students, the two of them walked out with their heads and faces covered in dust after 5 minutes. "Didn't Luo Ran look for you last night? He really didn't say anything else to you?" Once they came out, Yao Jing's face was so calm that it was a little scary. He knows a lot of people. How could he not have a way? Chapter 579. Hearing this, Yi Ying could tell that Yao Jing wanted to make a move on Yi Qian. Thinking of her father's instructions, she smiled faintly and said, "What can Luo Ran do? He was taught a lesson every day in the army. No matter how brave he was, he would have to shrink back." Yao Jing wanted to kick Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school, and she had fallen into her trap. Her parents were both officials with real power in the city government. If they wanted to kick Yi Qian's ass, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? She was just an orphan. Other than her good grades, who would care about her? Her father hadn't found out who drove Yi Qian back to school, so he was afraid of hurting Yi Qian. He told her not to provoke Yi Qian in school. Moreover, Yi Qian's mother was a martyr. Even the provincial first high school knew about it. Martyr orphans would more or less receive special treatment in school. In order not to affect her future college entrance examination, no matter how popular Yi Qian was in school, she pretended not to see him and focused on her studies. At that time, she was still a little unwilling, but now she was relieved. Yao Jing, who had power in her family, also wanted to kick Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school. Why should she make a move on Yi Qian? Moreover, with Luo Ran, who used to be a gangster, one would give advice and the other would act as a hired thug. She, Yi Ying, could just watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Yi Ying sighed and said, "Forget it. Anyway, we're both in our second year of high school. With her grades, she'll definitely get into Hua University or Shi University in the capital. It's impossible for me to get into Hua University or Shi University, so there won't be many chances for us to meet in the future. I'll just bear with it. I've endured for 9 years from elementary school to middle school. 1 or 2 more years won't make a difference. Although she used to stay at my house, we don't have any kinship. Now that she's out on her own and relying on the old principal who's sick, there'll be a lot of hardship in the future. Why should I make things difficult for myself?" As he spoke, he observed Yao Jing's expression from the corner of his eye. He saw her looking at him with a faint smile, as though she had seen through something. Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat as she quickly retracted her gaze. That's right, Yao Jing was a shrewd person. Even though she looked carefree on the surface, just like in Jiasen, she was so scheming that even Yi Ying had to be wary of her. "Ying, this isn't like you. I know that Yi Ying is not a kind person. You said that you won't fight with Yi Qian. Ying, you don't even believe your own words, let alone me." Yao Jing's smile remained unchanged as she looked at Yi Ying. "Don't say things that neither you nor I believe, lest it spoils our friendship. She clearly went into the forest just now, but we didn't see anyone when we went in." "Heh, it's obvious that she's trying to trick us. Ying, you heard what the soldiers said just now. If they didn't know that there are students here for military training, they could have fired a warning shot just now. Ying, Yi Qian wants us dead. I don't believe that you don't know. She kept smiling. Although she was smiling, her smile was so cold that it made the hair on Yi Ying's back stand on end. She was panicking. Similarly, Yi Ying used her smile to hide her panic. She smiled and asked, "You don't have to be so nervous. The soldiers' words were just to scare us. What else can we do? What else can we do? Yi Qian has a firm foothold in the school. Even if I want to kick her out of the province, do you think I can do it just because I want to?" Chapter 580. Jingjing, I'm just a student. My father is just a small government employee in a small city. As for my mother, she's just a woman from the countryside who doesn't know anything. My parents aren't as good as yours. Even I'm not as good as you. Jing, what do you think I should do? Yi Qian was speaking the truth. Yao Jing retracted her creepy gaze and stared at Yi Qian, who was talking to a few boys. She smiled and said, "You really can't do it. It's hard for me too. Based on your honest words, I'll tell you that I've never thought of kicking Yi Qian out of the provincial first high school. It's difficult. It wasn't just difficult, it was simply impossible." That day in the principal's office, she knew that it would be much easier for her to get kicked out of the school than for Yi Qian. As long as the army opened their mouth and sent a military letter to her parents' unit, not only would she have to bear the consequences, her parents would also be implicated. Her thoughts of chasing Yi Qian out of school were instantly extinguished. He might not be able to do it himself, but he couldn't stand up to others. No, it should be said that he couldn't stand up to Yi Qian's thin skin. After being teased by his classmates time and time again, he finally took the initiative to drop out of school. It wasn't as if this kind of thing hadn't happened before. In junior high, the female lead who opposed her in class couldn't stand the teasing and malice of her classmates. In the end, she dropped out of school and left with her tail between her legs. Yi Qian was also a girl. Girls were all prideful. As long as he made use of her a little, he would succeed. If things didn't work out, there was still Yi Ying. She was the one who couldn't bear to see Yi Qian doing well. "I'm not thinking about it anymore. Anyway, Luo Ran has already found her. As for what to do, it's up to Luo Ran." Yao Jing narrowed her eyes slightly. She had an oval-shaped face, and her facial features were also lively. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and her eyes were like crescent moons. When she smiled, she looked like the moon in the water. She always wanted to get closer to take a look. "Tomorrow morning, bring us to the shooting range to watch the soldiers training. Although we can't get close, I've asked the instructor in my class. He said that it's possible for each class to send a few representatives to take a look. Our class hasn't been decided yet, but from Luo Ran's tone, he really wants to go in and touch the gun. What about your class? Did you choose anyone?" Yao Jing's smile was a little calculative. Not knowing was also a good thing. Yi Ying glanced at her. She didn't quite understand why she was saying all this out of the blue. She didn't know what was going on, but she didn't say it out loud. She just smiled and said, "I'm not the one going. I'm still delivering water and medicine to my classmates." It had to be said that Yi Ying was indeed a very scheming person. She had scolded Yi Qian in front of the whole class, which had caused her image to suffer a huge blow. However, during the military training these few days, she had managed to salvage her image bit by bit. On this point, Yi Zhifan had indeed taught her well. Yi Ying did not take the bait, but Yao Jing was not in a hurry. She still had Luo Ran. Whatever she wanted to do, she would be able to do it. Thinking about how Yi Qian had purposely tricked her and lured her to the restricted military zone, Yao Jing couldn't suppress her anger. Good, very good. If he wanted to let Yao Jing have a taste of bullets, then he might as well let Yi Qian have a taste of them first. This time, if she could directly get rid of Yi Qian in the army, then it would be interesting. Would the army still find trouble with the army? Also, Yi Ying had said that Yi Qian had no one to rely on and only relied on the old principal. Did that mean her family didn't even know that Yi Qian had the support of the army? Chapter 581. She could make use of this to tie a simple-minded person like Luo Ran to a scheming person like Yi Ying. She had promised the principal that she would not cause trouble for Yi Qian, but how could she guarantee that others would not cause trouble for Yi Qian? The person in front of her, was someone who wished that she could immediately kick her sister out of school and trample on her for the rest of her life. Yi Ying did not know that Yao Jing was harboring such malicious thoughts. She watched as Yi Qian got along well with Njiesin and the rest, while she had given in to Yao Jing in all aspects during high school. She even risked being caught by the teacher to pass her the answers, but in the end, she did not get any benefits. Dandan and Lu Mei were the same. They relied on their family's wealth and did not care about her at all. She had to admit that Njiesin was right about one thing. Friends should not abandon each other, unlike her and Yao Jing, who would first think of not being implicated when something happened. Yao Jing was good at scheming. She did not dare to have a close relationship with such a friend. She could not easily reply to her words. She wanted to see what else she wanted to do with Luo Ran. After chatting and laughing, the students quickly took an afternoon nap under the shade of the tree. Yao Jing walked out of the forest and saw that Yi Ying did not reply to her for a long time. She stood up and yawned. "I'm going back to class. I'll look for you tonight. I'm so tired. You should rest for a while too. Even though it was just delivering water, I can see that you're quite tired." As the two of them spoke, they saw Yi Qian, who had disappeared into the forest, sitting beside Njiesin. It was as if he had never left. Yao Jing's gaze shot over like a knife. She was almost shot by the soldiers just now, but she was sitting there chatting as if nothing had happened. "Yi Qian, just you wait. Where did you go just now?" Liao Jian was just here, and Luo Ran was also here. Now the two of them are together again. TSK, nothing good will happen. Just now, when Yao Jing came out from the forest, she glared at you several times. She's full of evil tricks. And Njiesin was much more cautious than before. She also knew how to observe people in secret. Taking advantage of the fact that only she and Yi Qian were around, she whispered, "Don't run around for the next 2 days. Liao Jian and Xia Sifeng are both in number 16 high school. Our school happens to be having military training with number 16 high school. If I hadn't bumped into Liao Jian and Xia Sifeng that day, I really wouldn't have known that the two of them were in number 16 high school. It turned out that it wasn't number 1 middle school, but number 16 middle school." Yi Qian closed her eyes and said lazily, "Don't worry. If they really want to cause trouble in the army, then it's their own bad luck. Go back to your class. I want to sleep too. I'm so sleepy. Can you still sleep with all of them together?" And Njiesin grumbled in dissatisfaction. Then, she followed suit and lay down in the shade of the tree. Her back was scalded by the heat. "It's so hot. How can I sleep? Let's go back to the dormitory. It's a bit far. We can just run back when the time comes." Then, she saw Yi Qian's brows relax as if he was lying on the bed. He raised his hand and gently shook her shoulder. Surprised, he said, "You're really going to sleep? It's so hot. Even if it's hot, you still have to sleep. All the good places are occupied. Where are you going to find a cooler place? It's good enough that there's shade here." Yi Qian yawned. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in a while. Now that she was back in the country, she was in a familiar place in the army. She was with her best friends. Her body and mind were completely relaxed. She didn't care if the ground was hot or not. Chapter 582. Her eyebrows softened as she spoke, and her breathing became light and long. She was really fast asleep. It can't be. She really fell asleep just like that. And Njiesin clicked her tongue. She tried to lie down again, but in less than a minute, she sat up like a fried fish. No, she really couldn't sleep here. She learned from the other students and slept on their shoulders. Out of the 50 to 60 students in the class, only Yi Jian and a few other boys were sleeping soundly on the hot ground. The rest of the students leaned against each other or went into the woods to sleep against the trees. It was indeed a bit far from the dormitory. They had to pass through 2 large fields before reaching the barracks. They really didn't want to walk under the sun. I really don't know if it's because you're so careless that you can still sleep with everyone together. One Liao Jian, one Xia Sifeng, and one Yi Ying. You've got all the bad guys in junior high. Now that you have Yao Jing and Luo Ran in senior high, don't you think you're born to be hated? And Jessen poked Yi Qian's face with her finger. She couldn't stand the temperature of the ground, so she found another place to take a nap. Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes before she got up to leave. The shadow of the tree cast in his eyes was like a thin layer of fog, giving him an unfathomable coldness. Why? In her previous life, she really wanted to ask Yi Ying why. Why was she always against her? Not only did she leave school early because she was framed by her, but she also became an unregistered student who couldn't prove her identity. She didn't have an identity card wherever she went. She gave in again and again, but ended up like that. She couldn't accept it. In her second life, there was no why. Because as long as she rose up and grew, she wouldn't be restricted by others. She wouldn't be bullied by Yi Ying anymore. She took the right step and won every step after that. Why was Yi Ying still against her in this life? There was no need to ask. She knew in her heart that it was because of jealousy. Everything started from jealousy. She was jealous that she had to rely on Yi Ying to survive, but she suddenly learned how to resist. She was jealous that her grades were worse than hers, but she became the top student in class. She was even more jealous that her grades were better than hers, but she was better than her day by day. Just think about it. Her sister, who was inferior to her in every aspect, suddenly made a comeback. With Yi Ying's narrow-minded personality, how could she accept it so easily? If she couldn't accept it, she could only think of ways to suppress it. However, if she wanted to maintain her good image, she would definitely think of using other people's hands. Xia Sifeng, Liao Jian, and Luo Ran were Yi Ying's hands. As for Yao Jing, she was not someone Yi Ying could order around. She could only order Yi Ying around. Yi Qian was about to fall asleep immediately, but because of Jessen's words, his drowsiness gradually disappeared. Instead, he thought about Yao Jing. As he thought about it, Yi Qian vaguely realized the reason behind the conflict between them. Yi Qian, a girl from number 16 high school is looking for you. A boy found Yi Qian and saw that her eyes were still open. He said softly, he said that he's a good friend of yours from junior high. He's waiting for you in front. The resting place was in the green forest of the Chemical Defense Regiment. There was a small forest beyond that. After passing through the small forest, there were sentries standing guard. It was considered a restricted area. He pointed in the direction of the sports field. Yi Qian stood up and looked over. She saw a girl standing in the shade of the trees and pacing back and forth impatiently. Chapter 583. Isn't that Xia Sifeng from 16th High? She looks like she's grown a lot taller, and her temper has probably improved as well. The boy yawned and left, but Yi Qian had no intention of going over. She wasn't so close to Xia Sifeng that she would go over just because she called out to her. After taking a look, she saw Jessen leaning against a tree and falling asleep. Yi Qian smiled and walked over to sit next to her, using her back as a pillow. After a few minutes, Yi Qian quickly fell asleep again. Xia Sifeng, who was standing not far away, waited for a full 10 minutes without seeing Yi Qian. Her impatience had already expanded to boiling point. Chewing gum in her mouth, she didn't have the patience to wait any longer. She glared at the direction of the little forest and trotted away. Liao Jian, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yi Qian didn't come. Xia Sifeng, who hadn't seen for more than a year, had not only grown a lot taller, but also picked up some of the bad habits of society, such as getting tattoos, dyeing her hair, skipping classes, and going online. 16th High was a place where problematic students gathered, but it was also a high school where parents hoped their children could get a high school diploma. It was known throughout the province for smoking, fighting, drinking, and causing trouble. However, because it was a high school in the province, the entry requirements were relatively low, so there were still quite a lot of students. Xia Sifeng's grades were average, neither high nor low, and her parents ran a small business, so she could only be sent to 16th High. Liao Jian's situation was the same as hers. He didn't want to go to the city, and couldn't get into the good schools in the province, so he simply came to 16th High. The two of them were classmates, and their relationship was even better than when they were in junior high. They often skipped classes and went online together. "I'm so hot that my throat is smoking, but I still haven't seen her." Because of their close relationship, Xia Sifeng's tone wasn't as good. She glanced at another boy from the provincial high school and said angrily, "You're from the provincial high school yourself. Why did I have to come all the way here? What a disgrace." The man was none other than Luo Ran. He could tell at a glance that Xia Sifeng was just a loafer like him. Seeing that she wasn't polite at all when she spoke to him, he glared at her fiercely. "Be more polite when you talk to me. Even Liao Jian doesn't dare to speak loudly to me. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a girl." When Liao Jian saw this, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Brother Luo, don't argue with her. She's just a straightforward person. Let her do things for you." She then pulled Xia Sifeng, who looked unhappy, and said softly, "He is the brother Luo that I always tell you about. He is very nice, loyal, and generous. If you have any problems in the future, you can always look for brother Luo. You can never go wrong." Luo Ran was overjoyed by the flattery, and Xia Sifeng's attitude also changed. "I say, Luo Ran, you've been complaining all day. Now that Yi Qian is back, why haven't you come up with any plans?" After searching for a while, Yao Jing finally found Xia Sifeng. When she saw him, she looked at Xia Sifeng and pretended to be enlightened. She joked, "No wonder you didn't even look for Yingying. It turns out that you found another beautiful girl. She's from the 16th High School, right? It seems that the 16th High School is really a place with good feng shui. It's full of beauties." Luo Ran waved his hand impatiently. "What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qian didn't take the bait. I asked her to call for help just now, but she didn't even give a damn. How about this, brother Luo, I'll try again tonight. I won't look for her directly. I'll look for Yingying and ask her to come out while I'm at it." Xia Sifeng was a spineless person. When she heard Liao Jian's words, she recognized him as her brother. Now, she knew to go with the flow and try to strengthen their relationship. Chapter 584. Yao Jing's eyes flickered. After asking around, she found out that this girl named Xia Sifeng was in the same class as Ying. In just half an hour, Yao Jing had found out everything about her. She also knew that this girl hated Yi Qian. After thinking for a while, she brought up the incident where she and Ying were almost shot by the soldiers in the forest. Xia Sifeng exploded when she heard that. How dare Yingying say that she has nothing to do with it? Is she stupid? Whatever Yi Qian did to her, she should return the favor. Let her know what's good for her. How can we return it? Yao Jing sighed and said helplessly, "Yingying is kind and I don't want to be a busybody. Let's just leave it at that. We don't have anything to do anyway." "Forget it. You can't do that." Yingying was almost forced to drop out of school by Yi Qian because of this. "You guys were almost shot this time. You can't tolerate it. She should have a taste of what it feels like to be shot." Xia Sifeng was a pushover. She looked smart, but once she opened her mouth, she would fall into a trap. She was led into a trap by Yao Jing step by step. In the end, it was Yao Jing who was persuading her. "Don't. We're in the military. We can't cause trouble. Besides, as long as we don't go near the forest, we'll be fine." Liao Jian secretly gave Xia Sifeng a lot of looks, but she didn't notice. Instead, she became more enthusiastic and said to Luo Ran, "Brother Luo, We can't just ignore this. As long as Yi Qian is around, Ying will have a hard time. If I don't teach her a lesson, my surname won't be Luo. With her adding fuel to the fire, Luo Ran's eyes became even fiercer. Yao Jing, on the other hand, was secretly laughing. These people, for Yi Ying, all of them seemed to have lost their souls. They were so foolish. Don't mess around. Ying and I are fine. Don't cause trouble for us. No, I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm regretting it now. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Yao Jing pretended to be remorseful. She frowned and reminded Luo Ran not to cause trouble and not to go to the forest before leaving. The cicadas were still screaming hysterically. The sun shone so brightly that the ground was white. It was not until 1:30 p.m. that Yi Qian, who had slept for a full hour, finally opened his eyes. Just as he was about to stretch, he saw a familiar face looking at him with a smile. You're as tanned as a pretty boy from Africa. Yi Qian saw that Jiesen, who was leaning against her, had fallen asleep on another girl's shoulder. She got up gently and walked to Yang Heng's side. It's only been 4 days and you're already so sunburned. After 7 days of military training, I'm afraid your classmates won't recognize you anymore. Yang Heng raised an eyebrow. Why is he called Feizhou's gigolo? He's slightly paler than an authentic African. Naturally, he's an African pretty boy. Yi Qian explained with a smile. When he saw Yang Heng's handsome features, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. That day, when Yao Jing came here angrily, the first thing she mentioned was Yang Heng's name. After figuring out the key point, Yi Qian grasped the main clue. After some careful consideration, he came up with a bold guess. Yao Jing came to class 2 to cause trouble for him because of Yang Heng. Did this mean that Yao Jing actually had a crush on Yang Heng? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh coldly. If that was really the case, it would be interesting. Rumors in school were that Yang Heng liked Yi Ying. Even Yao Jing herself had joked that Yang Heng had a good family background and was perfect for Yi Ying.